Friends, I welcome you all for the Research Scholars National Seminar on Philosophy, its Social Concern and Responsibility, organized by Chennai Philosophical Forum, which is functioning in Chennai for the past 10 years. It has completed 10 years. It was started in June 2013 by me and my teacher, great teacher, Professor R. Balasubramanian. The purpose of this forum is to spread the knowledge of philosophy among the young teachers and students. In fact, Professor Balasubramanian has been saying that we don't have a forum or a society where we can meet at least monthly once and discuss philosophical ideas and concepts. So keeping that at the backdrop, we thought we'll start what is known as Chennai Philosophical Forum in the year 2013. And it has been functioning very well from that time onwards. And what we used to do is every month we used to have one meeting. We'll invite some scholars and sometimes some foreign scholars also who are with us during that time in India, especially in Chennai. And we used to organize a seminar or a special lecture. And the main concern of the Chennai Philosophical Forum is that it is interested in a concern for society. The primary objective of this forum is to promote a philosophical discourse in not only in philosophical but also in social and environmental issues that are bothering human society. So we are trying to offer a philosophical solution to some of the problems that we are confronted with. In fact, I am proud to say that the Chennai Philosophical Forum has conducted a number of seminars also. In fact, there are many foreign professors who delivered special lectures in this forum, and we have brought out some volumes also. I'll give you some of the important meetings which we have conducted in the past. We organized one day national seminar on philosophy, science, and technology. It was organized by Chennai Philosophical Forum in collaboration with the Satyanilayam Research Institute. It is an institute where they teach philosophy, and it is affiliated to Madras University. And a national seminar was conducted in the year 2015, and it has been brought out as a volume by the Satyanilayam Research Institute. And secondly, we have also organized one international roundtable on conflict resolution, solutions from Indian perspective, which was organized both by the Chennai Philosophical Forum and University of Malaysia. Professor Ravi is here. He represents that university, and our Shiva is also from Malaysia. So with their collaboration, we could organize an international roundtable conference. And we are pleased to inform you that this has been brought out as a volume. And third one, an international conference in collaboration with the Center for Research in Philosophy and Values in USA, that is in collaboration with the Professor McLean, late Professor McLean, and with the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. We had organized one interesting theme, international conference on relearning to be human for global times, religious pluralism, which is seen from a hermeneutical tradition. This was organized in the year 2016. And also we had organized one regional seminar in collaboration with the Pachaipas College, Philosophy Department, Pachaipas College, Chennai, on the Vedatri Maharishi's philosophy for the 21st century. And also we had organized one symposium on philosophical foundations of feminism in collaboration with the Women's Studies of the Department of Women's Studies at the University of Madras. And also, we had organized one national seminar on semiotics, semantics, and truth conditions in collaboration with Satyanilayam Research Institute. And we are trying to bring out a volume on this theme. So, the Chennai Philosophical Forum has been conducting number of national and international seminars in addition to the monthly programs. After this corona, we are meeting only through webinars, and soon we are going to meet and exchange our views in person. Soon we are going to have one international seminar in Chennai. And this time, we thought that it would be appropriate to have uh, a research scholars national seminar, because our research scholars are uh, very good in expressing their views, especially on social themes, and they talk about social responsibility. So the members of the Chennai Philosophical Forum said that it is high time for us to have a webinar for research scholars. And what we are going to do is that there will be three judges, Professor R.P. Singh, Professor Lakshmikant Padi, and Professor Dash. They are the judges, and students, research scholars will be presenting their papers, and they will be evaluated. And the first two essays would be selected. The first prize would be rupees 300 cash and a certificate, and the second prize is worth of 1,000 rupees, and then the certificate will be issued. In fact, we have selected uh, a few research scholars paper, though we received a lot of abstracts, and the committee has gone through all these papers, and we have selected a few research scholars papers for presentation. And also we are going to bring out a volume on this theme, philosophy and public sphere. That is a theme which we are already we have received a number of papers, and Professor R.P. Singh also has given a wonderful paper. So along with these papers given by the experts and great eminent philosophers of this country and abroad, we are going to include some of the best papers presented in this conference, because we thought that it would be a great encouragement for our young scholars if we include their papers also in this interesting volume. So this is what we are planning to do in this Chennai Philosophical Forum. And especially this theme is very, very important, because we always believe, all of us believe, that philosophers have a concern for the society and social values, and they've got the social responsibility. We are not concerned about mere armchair philosophy, and we are concerned about philosophical ideas which can change the structure of the world. In fact, Indian philosophy gives a lot of scope for that, and Professor Ramesh Chandra Pradhan is there, our good friend. He's a well-known scholar, not only in Western philosophy, but also in Indian philosophy. He has been writing on this social values in Indian philosophy. So this is high time for us to see philosophy from a different perspective. And so keeping this in mind, we are organizing this Young Scholars Seminar. And we are very grateful to all the eminent scholars who have joined us, or who are going to join very soon. And we have requested our good friend Professor Ramesh Chandra Pradhan ji to give a keynote address, because let me say something about Professor Pradhan, because some of the young scholars may not aware of his contribution to philosophy. So let me introduce Professor Pradhan by saying that Professor Pradhan is or was a National Fellow of Indian Institute for Advanced Study in Philosophy in Shimla, and he worked on a very beautiful project from mind to supermind in search of metaphysics of consciousness. This was brought out as a volume by Springer. Very interesting book, and my good friend Ranjan Kumar Panda has some time back arranged a wonderful seminar on this book. So this book of Pradhan is something which is very important. I would request all the scholars to go through this interesting book. And to say more about our Professor Pradhan, I should say that he is from BHU. He studied his MA, PhD, and postdoctoral studies at BHU. And also he was at the University of Oxford on a Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow. And also he taught at various universities. He was initially taught at Utkal University, then Dharwad University, and later moved to Hyderabad University, where he was the head of the department for 5 years. That is 3 years from 2004 to 2007, and retired in the age. I mean, in the year 2015. And also, it is I must mention that Professor Pradhan was a member secretary of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, and he has 40 years of experience. And his interest in philosophy is diversified, I must say, because he is well versed in language, epistemology, the concept of truth, meaning, understanding. And one important book which I was very much fascinated, of course, all his books are very fascinating. One book which I would like to mention here is The Great Mirror, where he talks about Wittgenstein in detail, and also his contribution to the philosophy of mind is something remarkable. In fact, I edited 2 volumes for the Sandhan Journal, where he was very kind enough to contribute very beautiful essays on one on consciousness and one on the postmodern understanding. So we are very proud to have a great and eminent professor like Pradhan. And one more thing which I should say, this comes from my heart. That is, whenever we very humbly request our Professor Pradhan to write an article for our journal or for our volume which we are editing, you won't believe, my friends, if you give a deadline and that deadline, you would send his paper. That is real. In fact, I told him number of times, we are not able to follow that. When many of our friends ask us to write a paper, we try to postpone it. But Professor Pradhan is exception, I must say. That on that day you can expect his paper. Such a commitment. This is what I'm really mentioned here. Such a commitment Professor Pradhan has, and we always learn. In fact, I should say I have learned a lot from Professor Pradhan, and I must also say that he is a favorite student of Professor RB. So, so these are some of the beautiful qualities which my good friend Professor Pradhan has. And he's a very humble person also. And I am very proud that I'm friend of Professor Pradhan, who has contributed substantially for philosophy, both in Indian and Western. And when I requested Professor Pradhan to deliver a keynote address, he was very kind enough to accept my invitation. Thank you, Professor Pradhanji. And I am grateful to you for kindly supporting the Chennai Philosophical Forum. And also we have Professor Raghavendra Pratap Singh, who is another friend of Chennai Philosophical Forum. And he has been contributing a lot for the Chennai Philosophical Forum. In fact, in many of our meetings, R.P. Singh sir has given his lectures, and one very interesting article which I should mention here is Philosophy and Public Sphere. When I said that I am editing a volume for Chennai Philosophical Forum on this theme, Philosophy and Public Sphere, he has given a very beautiful article which speaks about his scholarship, and he has taken Habermas as a central theme, and that paper will be published very soon. And we are very grateful to Professor R.P. Singh who is a very close friend of the Chennai Philosophical Forum. Let me say a few words about R.P. Singh, sir. R.P. Singh, Professor R.P. Singh has 43 years of teaching experience. Presently, he is a visiting professor at the Department of Center for Philosophy, JNU, and twice he was the chairperson of the Center for Philosophy, and also he was a member of ICPR, and he was a member of many board of studies in various departments of philosophy throughout the country. He has 20 books to his credit and nearly 180 articles he has already published. And also he has attended and participated and presented papers more than 500 national and international seminars. And it is very interesting to note that I must mention here that he has produced 50 PhDs and 25 MPhils. And this one interesting article I must mention here is which has contributed for the Sandan volume, which I edited, is Derrida-Habermas debate on Europe and the global South. This is a very, very important article, and many of my friends told me that this approaches both Derrida and Habermas from a new perspective. So we are very grateful to Professor R.P. Singh for kindly accepting to be here, and also he will be one of the judges who will evaluate the presentation of the scholars, the presentation of the papers to be presented by our scholars. And we'll Professor Lakshmikant Padi from North Bengal University, he will be joining very soon. And also we have our good friend Pramod Das, who is a very, very important person for the main reason that he, along with the two of his very good colleagues, Om Narayan Rao and Maharana, they were doing wonderful service for philosophy. What is that? They have started what is known as a philosophy family, which has been functioning very well, and they are encouraging young teachers and also young research scholars, and also people like us to deliver lectures. And I also had the privilege of giving 2 or 3 lectures, one on Rorty and another on Derrida. So that is a great contribution by the philosophy family, and we are very grateful to Professor Dart for kindly accepting our invitation to be one of the judges. And also I requested him to record the proceedings so that it will be available for others. So he is recording, and then you will make you put it in YouTube for the benefit of the scholars who are not here. And with these few words, I would now and also the center of attraction, I would say, is the young scholars. Some of them have already joined. So I welcome all of them, and also other friends like Professor Ranjit Ghosh, Professor Swarnalata Tripathi, then Avinash Srivatsavaji, and then Ranjan Pandaji, then Professor Ravi from Malaysia, Professor Shiva from Malaysia, and other friends who have joined. I'll mention these names later. Now I request Honorable Professor Ramesh Chandra Pradhanji to deliver his keynote address. Professor Pradhanji.
Friends, I'm really thankful to Professor Paneerselvam for inviting me to this a very important seminar of the research scholars. I'm also thankful to him for his kind introduction to me of human beings. So let me point out why philosophy must be with society and respond to the social issues, social crisis, and so on. This is precisely because philosophy has its social and human origin. It is human beings who philosophically think. Whatever philosophical ideas we may have, they have their roots in the human mind and by extension in the minds of all human beings. So in that sense, philosophy binds all the human beings together. And in fact, philosophy binds all the societies, cultures, religions, and whatnot. So in that sense, philosophy has to be socially responsible and has to uh, solve the social problems. So this is about why philosophy must be socially responsible. Let us see how philosophy has been really responsible in the history of philosophy. Philosophy has a very long history. If the starting of philosophy is from the Greek times, then it goes into many thousand years. And if we take Indian philosophical context, then it is no less than 5 to 10,000 years of history that philosophy has. So on this long history, if we look at it from a very objective standpoint, we can really find out that philosophy has always risen to the occasion to solve the human crisis, to lead the humanity away from darkness towards light. The great Upanishadic verse, Asato ma sadgamaya, tamosama jatilgamaya, mrutoma amrutangamaya, is exactly what philosophy wants to uh, do for humanity. It takes us, the humanity, from the untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from mortality to immortality. These aspirations are not only uh, typical of the Indian way of looking uh, at our own selves, but this is also typically what human beings must have really always thought about their future destiny. So philosophy really has the human concern in this sense that it has given light when light was needed. It has, when darkness and violence really surrounded the human societies across the world, it is philosophy who has shown the way. Let me give an example how philosophy has responded to the social crisis. All the social movements that have taken place in the history of the world are the products of philosophical ideas or philosophical reflections. The French Revolution, for example, was due to the uh, ideas given by Rousseau, Voltaire, and many other thinkers who talked about equality, fraternity, and human brotherhood. So, such a great revolution in human society, which we call the French Revolution, it really turned the history of the world in the direction of equality, fraternity, and brotherhood. So that was due to the ideas of philosophers. Let us take another example: the revolution that took place in 20th century, or that is the Bolshevik Revolution, though its end result was really against humanity, but that was not that was not intended to be. The ideas of a revolution on the communist thinking given by Marx, it changed the whole society in a certain way, because these were the ideas which really gave rise to the communist movement and whatever its results in the history of mankind, but it was due to philosophical ideas. Let us go to the past itself. When the Greeks were struggling to establish a democratic society in their own times, it was the thinkers, the philosophers who were at the vanguard of the new ideas. It was Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle, in spite of their limitations, who talked about democracy, who talked about a new society. So that is the way philosophy has responded to the social crisis. Let us take some examples from the Indian Indian history and the philosophy, the history of the Indian philosophy. When the Vedic age was passing into an age of decadence, the flourishing of ideas in the Vedic times descended into some kind of ritualism. The Vedic ritualism, there was a revolt from within the Vedic tradition, that is the Upanishadic tradition. The Upanishadic thinkers were revolutionary of the time, who really brought out the human spirit out of the ritualistic thinking or ritualistic practices of yajna and many other practices which were prevalent. So in that sense, new philosophical ideas were given by the Upanishadic thinkers, the rishis. Again, when Vedic civilization itself got into some kind of a decadence, it was Buddha who led the revolt against Vedic ritualism, Vedic violence, the killing of animals in the name of yajna. And then we have the whole new ideas which ultimately really organized into a religion, a world religion called Buddhism. So Buddhism was a Protestant religion. It was a protest against the ritualistic practices of the Vedic followers, and that was a great revolution of the time. If Buddhism had not been born on the Indian soil as a protest against the Vedic practices, then we could not have got the philosophy of the human compassion, the philosophy of humanity, and compassion and brotherhood. The Buddhistic religion, or Buddhism as a world religion, gave the ideas of human brotherhood time and again, and it united humanity under a new ideology called the ideology of equality, fraternity. So what the French Revolution could do later on was really anticipated by the Buddhist, the revolution in India. Let us take some 20th century examples how philosophy has responded to social crisis. Let us take the movement initiated by Ambedkar, for example. Dr. Ambedkar, was a philosopher, was a social thinker, and also a social activist who adopted Buddhism for the same reason that it is Buddhism which can give us the idea of the united humanity. So that revolution within the Indian society was a great change because what we now call the downtrodden, the Dalits, suffered much in the history of India, and it is he who really laid of the Dalits. So in that sense, this is also a kind of social responsibility which philosophical ideas or philosophers themselves have really taken as a challenge. Though Gandhi's philosophical contribution may be academically not that kind to be taken seriously, but he led a movement within the Indian society, again against the casteism of which was practiced in Hinduism, and he not only led the freedom movement, but also led a social movement in which everybody has an equal place in the society. So this is what we may call a philosophical intervention in the social processes. This is how social concern has been expressed by philosophers in various ways. It is only perhaps what we may call academic philosophers who have been less concerned with the society, but academic philosophers are secondary to the original thinkers, because original thinkers always responded to the society. Here, one can take the example from Vedanta itself. Our great guru, Professor R.B., always said that Vedanta is a practical Vedanta. In fact, he was influenced by Swami Vivekananda and said that Vedantic philosophy must solve the human problems. In fact, when he was editing The Voice of Sankara from Chennai, he asked me to write on the social philosophy of Sankaracharya. With my little knowledge of Sankaracharya, I really wrote something which he appreciated. I said that the Advaitic idea of oneness or unity of all human beings is a great idea on the basis of which we can have a new society. A society of equality, a society of compassion and brotherhood is precisely derived from the idea of Advaita, which really doesn't accept any kind of differences among human beings, among societies, among cultures. Many people think Advaita is a life-denying philosophy. It has led human beings away from society, but that is not the case. The very spirit of Advaita is the spirit of humanity to be one. It is because when you say, for example, Tattvamasi, though it is precisely a metaphysical, talking about a metaphysical identity between me and Brahman, but what happened if we turn this into a relation between two human beings? It will be having the same meaning, that it is me and you are one, because we are also all Brahman, or we share the same consciousness. So on this Advaitic platform also we can really say that it is there for solving human problems. Now many will think that Advaita has never been a part of the social movements. But who says that? It is not the case, because all the great revolutionaries in Indian soil have been inspired by Advaita Vedanta. One example is the Narayan Guru of Kerala. He was a great Advaitian. He was inspired to unite all the people together, though his object was to uplift the downtrodden. But unless the inspiring idea of unity comes from a philosophical domain, you can never unite people. We cannot unite people on the basis of caste. That is a very, very fragile unity. A caste cannot provide any unity. Similarly, color cannot provide any unity. Similarly, language cannot provide any unity, because there are many, many languages and there will be many disunities. Similarly, even small ideology also cannot unite. What will unite is the metaphysical notion of unity of all human beings. And that is exactly what Advaita stands for. At a deeper level, we have to search for unity. All the unities that we can find out could be found to be superficial, or could be taken to be superficial, unless there is a fundamental unity is really discovered. And this is what Advaita does and will do. Now let me come back to how Vedanta has been practiced in the hands of, for example, Swami Vivekananda, to whom Professor R.B. has repeatedly referred to in his writings. Now, when Vivekananda was touring India, moving around India and saw the poverty on the Indian soil. Because that was the situation of his time, that people were in poverty and India was reeling under the burden of ignorance, poverty, and every kind of deficiency that we were facing. Swami Vivekananda said that it is Vedanta which can really take human beings out of this situation. He gave the call of practical Vedanta. Though he said that before you give the idea of Vedanta to people, you must give them food. But it is not the food that will really solve the problem. It is the feeling of unity, feeling of joining together in a crusade against slavery of mind and slavery of the body and slavery in every form. Then only we can liberate ourselves. So he gave the call of Vedanta to the Indian people, to Indian youth, for example, to rise and stop not till the goal is reached. This great idea of awake, rise and stop not till the goal is reached. Utishtata Jagrata Prapyavara Nibodhata, that is from Kathopanishad. He made it a clarion call. He said, this is the practical mantra. You must get out of it. You must awake. You must fight. You must come forward to rise above the situation or out of the situation in which you are condemned to be. So this is a philosophical idea, and this is how it has really given enough spirit to the social reformers of India to establish a new society. Now let me come to a few points before I conclude. What is the concern that we are having today when we are looking at philosophy as it is practiced today? Apart from the great movements and the great ideas, what is the situation in philosophy today? Philosophy in today is more or less an academic philosophy. As Professor Paneerselvam rightly pointed out, philosophy has become an armchair thinking. If we go through the books in every area, whether it is philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, metaphysics, whatnot, even in ethics, we find it is more or less on the expected lines of speculation, of analysis, of deep thinking. But where is the social concern here? One can say that there is a social concern when you talk about values, talk about ethics, talk about social philosophy, political philosophy. There is concern about society and humanity at large. But is it the social responsibility that we are talking about? No. That is still armchair philosophy. I may be a good theorist about values, but I may practice very little values. I may be a great writer on ethics, but I do not know how to change the society around me. I may not practice the ethical principles which I may enunciate. Now, this is the crisis which philosophy is facing, that we have lost our social responsibility. At least academic philosophy has lost its social responsibility because of its over inward looking. It is looking inward. It is too much in the details, that if it has lost sense of the panoramic view of things, it has lost the trees, it has lost the forest for the trees, it has lost the woods for the trees. That means it is counting the trees and it has forgotten that the woods, the great picture that is there, is totally forgotten. This picture could be taken downward to the social picture. So philosophers have really been confined to their universities, their jobs, and their petty, circumscribed places. But this is where this is the call that we are to take seriously, that we have to come out of this armchair philosophizing and uh, seriously think about the social issues. Then the question will arise, shall we do all social philosophy and moral philosophy and give up metaphysics, philosophy of science, logic, for example, which has least concern with anything, not with the world also? No, that is not the question. The question is, which philosophical aspect can come closer to the social concerns? Maybe we can leave logic apart because it is too abstract to think about society, but a logician in his capacity as a citizen can also participate in the citizens' problems. But when we talk about, say, ethics and social philosophy, here our responsibility rises more. That is why perhaps when ethics, theoretical ethics was saturated, we thought of practical ethics. Peter Singer, for example, in his great book, Practical Ethics, has directly appealed to the people to be vegetarians, not to kill animals, and not to employ child laborers. This is where philosophy comes back to the world to solve its problems. Maybe Peter Singer is one, there must be many, many Peter Singers, there must be many, many practical ethicists and environmental ethicists who are really exactly doing this job. So in that sense, perhaps a theoretical, we have to take a little holiday from our theoretical work and talk about some practical issues. And this seminar itself is a contribution towards that. And the book that Professor Panisarvam is proposing, Philosophy and the Public Sphere, will be a step towards that. Now, this is where we as philosophers have to think how we make philosophy relevant to the society. But there is also a limit to this talk of practicality. You see, it cannot be the case that philosophers one day will be marching on the streets of Chennai or Delhi to solve a problem. This we cannot be expected, that philosophers will take to streets to solve practical problems. I think there is a limit to philosophizing. Philosophizing will still be about human mind, thinking, ideas. But ideas are very important. Those who shout on the streets are not very important because they may not have ideas. They may have false ideas. Sometimes false ideas, false philosophy also gives a wrong direction to society. What are the ideas that we must take seriously? It is these ideas which have really worked in the history of mankind: equality and freedom and brotherhood, compassion or altruism. These are some of the ideas which can do wonders in the society. If we are asked as Indians or Indian thinkers or Indian philosophers what to do about our society, which is so disunited, so casteist in its orientation. We have been condemned into casteism not because of our great forefathers, but because of the petty-minded people who organize the society. The Upanishadi thinkers are not responsible for casteism. The Vedic rishis are not responsible. It is we, the petty formulators of the society, who brought society into different compartments, and that resulted in casteism. Maybe social purpose was better when there was a greater social purpose to compartmentalize or division of labor and dividing the social work according to one's merit and all that. But that unfortunately got into a different mode. So this is the challenge among Indian philosophers, how to get rid of our social prejudices centering around caste, and how to, our society is also divided on the religious basis. No society can thrive if there is an internal conflict within itself. So here philosophy can come forward and we can talk about multi-religious dialogues, the dialogues among the different religions. This is also will be a fine step towards making philosophy relevant to the society. The idea of multiculturalism is a widely accepted idea that there are different cultures, and we must all come together to promote greater human unity. So the greatest challenge that philosophy must really face is how to bring humanity together. This is the social concern that I will find out. Human beings are at loggerheads with each other. Societies are fighting with each other. Countries are fighting. Why? This is what Buddha had raised the question. Why are you fighting? Why not realize that you are peaceably better than war? In a sense, all great thinkers have talked about human unity. Why not philosophy promote that? And I think that will be one of the steps in which philosophy can be relevant to the society. I'll just refer to how Husserl wrote in 1936, when the Second World War was going to happen. Before that, he wrote a book. He wrote a book or a paper or a lecture. It was The Crisis of Humanity. Then the book later on, that lecture is part of the book, The Crisis in Human Civilization and Phenomenology, etc. So, a great thinker like Husserl, in those days of Germany, from which again he had to take refuge in some neighboring country, he gave the call that humanity is facing a spiritual crisis, that we are engaged in eternal war with ourselves, that we must rise above the situation of war into a situation of peace, tranquility, and brotherhood. That was the essence of that talk, The Crisis of Humanity. He said spirituality alone can salvage humanity. This was the great thinker's idea. Perhaps that was his great idea with which he closed his philosophical thinking, that phenomenology and any philosophy, for that matter, must address to the spirit of humanity, and that he called spirituality. And unless that spiritual essence is re-established in our thinking, we perhaps will forget, or we may not really achieve the desired goal of serving humanity or solving the human problems. So I think what in 1936 Husserl faced as a crisis in humanity, I think in 2024, the same situation is rising in a different form. There is a crisis in humanity. And if he thought phenomenology can solve that crisis through appeal to the spirit of man, we can also say, in the same Husserlian way, that philosophy, if we take our Vedanta as our starting point, then Vedanta can solve that human crisis because it recognizes the unity of the human spirit. And this is how philosophy, I think, can solve the human problems, social problems. And I must agree with my good friend, Professor Paneerselvam, and his fellows in the forum, that philosophy has a great responsibility towards society. Philosophy within its confines, within its boundary, can give new ideas to solve philosophical problems, social problems, or it can also bring out the old ideas and place the ideas before humanity, before the society. The basic idea which I will emphasize is how to unify the society. and that philosophy can do in its very unifying method of bringing together all ideas into one system. So, as it is said, philosophy unites, philosophy connects. So, I think that will be the message that we can give to the society, that let us take philosophy seriously and make it relevant to our social problems, our society as such. So, with these words, I thank Professor Selvam once again for inviting me to this seminar and asking me to give a keynote address. These are my not very systematic ideas, but this is how I look at the problem. And I once again thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Pradhanji, for your very interesting and thought-provoking lecture, as usual, of course. One question which you have raised is very interesting, that how to bring humanity together and how philosophy can help us so that humanity can be one. And the way you have developed your lecture is something remarkable, because you have very beautifully pointed out how Lord Buddha, as well as Dr. Ambedkar and Gandhi, have developed their philosophy, which is based on a concern for the human society. And also, I'm happy that you could mention uh, Sri Narayana Guru also. And also, you talked about Vedanta, especially Advaitic tradition, how there could be social philosophy of Advaita also, which, long back, when somebody said there is ethics in Vedanta or ethics in social philosophy, I did not accept it.
Yeah.
But when that
Yeah.
volume came, there was a debate also. But later we realized that is the way in which one should look at philosophy, and especially Indian tradition, which is giving a holistic approach to philosophical discourse, uh, examines the issues from this perspective, from social perspective also, because we have been colonized by the Western ideas. I should say that, we have been thinking that Indian philosophy is otherworldly, and all kinds of things were said. But it is now very clear that the best way to solve many of our problems is to go back to our Indian tradition. And I am also happy that you made a reference to Husserl, whose very interesting book, The Crisis of European Sciences, is you have mentioned. And this is something which has to be reread or reinterpreted in the context of the global issues. And we are very grateful to you, Professor Pradhanji, for your very thought-provoking lecture. And also, one thing which you have mentioned is the significance of religious dialogue. I think most of the religious dialogue can easily be resolved or solved or dissolved if we can develop this interfaith religious understanding or religious dialogue. And so your lecture is very thought provoking, and we are very much benefited by your lecture, Professor Pradhanji. And on behalf of Chennai Philosophical Forum, I thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for kindly
Thank you very much.
participating in this program, because your presence always makes a difference. And whenever I want you to be there in many of my programs, you are so kind to me, and you always
Thank you.
accept my
Thank you very much.
invitation.
Thank you.
That shows your greatness. That's all. You are a model, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It comes from a heart.
Thank you so much.
I love you like RB, how he liked you, how he loved
Yeah,
you.
yeah. We are the same
Yeah,
brothers of
yeah.
the
That is
same
that is
guru.
something which we admire you, and I once again, thank you for your kind presence and for delivering this wonderful lecture. Thank you, Professor Pradhanji.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you.
May I now request Professor R.P. Singh, sir, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Professor R.P. Singh, sir, you can deliver your lecture.
Okay.
Because this is actually, we have put evaluation and expert comments, but I
Yes,
think
sir.
you can offer your talk now because Professor William Sweet will be joining soon. I think instead of wasting time, let us have your lecture. What do you say? Is it okay?
Okay. So how much time do you have for me?
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Okay. All right.
I'll take 1 minute, Professor.
Yes, sir.
I welcome some of our colleagues who have joined now, Professor Shikala Nair, Professor Alok Chandanji, Professor Kalyani Sarangi, Pranod Dev, Professor Sambat Kumar, Professor Samba Shiva Prasad, and many others, and young research scholars who have joined the meeting. Thank you. Now I request our Honorable Professor R.P. Singh sir to deliver his lecture.
Thank you, Professor Paneerselvam. And it's always indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to join Chennai Philosophical Forum. And I've already seen that the intellectual discourse and the kind of commitment you have is really very profitable, very at a very high level. And you always pick up the themes which are extremely important, which address the social issues and the philosophical methodology and also the sense of responsibility. With publications and everything else, you have already proved that that the things are moving in a very responsible manner. And the theme of today's seminar, philosophy, social concern, and responsibility, is very pertinent. And Professor Pradhan has already explored it in a very comprehensive manner. So what I will do, I will put some footnotes to what Professor Pradhan has said, so that there is a kind of continuity of this kind of a thinking. And I really appreciate the kind of spectrum which Professor Pradhan had taken up, very wide, both Indian and Western thinking. And I'll just make some reflections on it. The first term, like philosophy, then social concern, or maybe what is a society, and a sense of responsibility. These terms, let me just clarify the way I understand them. First thing is that philosophy is not everything, but everything can be philosophized. So if I'm drinking water and it is H2O, there is no philosophy in it. But if I say that it is holy water, then some discrepancy has taken place and philosophy begins. So with contestations or discrepancies in the way of argumentation or presentation, we find that there is a need for philosophy to enter into it. We can see that there was a time when there was a mythos, a very fairly long time of mythos regarding creation, regarding redemption, regarding the day of the judgment. But when Heraclitus comes, he shifted philosophical inquiry from mythos to logos. So logos should be there, reason, rationality, language, within which we can understand the philosophical issues, social issues, and sense of responsibility. And gradually it moved to dialogos with Plato, Socrates, with Plato and Socrates and Plato. In fact, Socrates shifted philosophy from, again, from, physics to ethics, ethical issues of justice, knowledge, wisdom, courage, tolerance. These ethical issues started coming up. Pre-Socratic philosopher was where they were engaged with, some kind of, what is the atom, air, fire, water, etc. and their way of philosophizing was there. So this was, and the same way even in India also Buddha shifted philosophy from rituals to human reason. So this kind of change, these changes have been taking place because to address social issues. So what are the requirements in the society, and whether individual or the collective, this kind of a thing. Now the basic thing is that how to understand society. So there are very many ways that people have tried to understand society. One is that human ability, as Marx has said, that tool making and tool using ability which human beings have, that transformed them from ape to man. So that the way human beings can make the technique, or make the, if you give a stick to an animal, it remains a stick. But if you give the stick to a man, it becomes a tool in his hand. So this tool making and tool using ability is something which is a tremendous kind of a thing. And I have written elsewhere that is this tool making and tool using ability led to the production of the society. But before there was production, there was a culture of production, cultivation of human mind to produce. And whatever is produced is to be distributed. This kind of thinking came up. So here, when the notion of distribution came up, of course, the philosophical concepts like justice, like equality, like freedom, they also came in, because there is no other way of presenting the what has been produced in the society. So as Professor Pradhan has said, that it is it is indispensable that when you talk about society, then there is a sense of responsibility, there is a sense of responsibility, etc., very profoundly there. So this is one kind of input which I would like to place before you. And this culture, when it came, so the cultivation of human mind, the mind, and culture as a discipline started very late, and then of course multiculturalism and all that stuff came up, relatively late, and maybe not much older kind of a terminologies, multiculturalism and all. But anyway, this culture was something very profoundly there. Culture of education, culture of democracy, and culture of toleration, lots of values and etc. started coming up. Now, in the course of such a development in society, civilizations also started emerging. Institutions were getting made up. So institutions of education and learning, academia, Plato was the one who was very fond of making the institutions work. And in Indian tradition also, not that kind of an institution, but it was a kind of, tradition of education, which came up very substantially. Ayurveda and other things came up very, very systematically. And even construction of temples, the kind of technology which was there, or creation of music, painting, art, architecture, though they were culturally specific ones, but they gave birth to the civilizational developments also. So this civilization of the role of the institutions in the society, and it is the institutional responsibility in the society with philosophical doctrines embedded into it. These days, recently you must have seen this NEP 2020, which has come up and is getting implemented from 2022. There we find that there are 4 philosophical terms which are the ideals of it: freedom, equality, justice, and fraternity. Without these ideals, you cannot create social cohesion, social unity, of which Professor Pradhan has also talked about. Education should be, a kind of, recourse. And economy should be the resource kind of a thing. A change which has come up. Humanity is not the resource, humanity is the recourse kind of a thing. So this has come up, and also a philosophical method which has been introduced, and it has been introduced very substantially in the NEP 2020, that is critical thinking. In the West, I've visited many universities in Europe and in the US. I found that critical thinking is there, but they start it from the graduation level. And here in India, with the NEP 2020, they are going to introduce it after the class 8th only. Semester system will be introduced and cumulative evaluation system will be there. And it will be, very profoundly based on some kind of interdisciplinary kind of a thing. So choices are not discipline oriented, but something which you depends on your own choice. So it's very profound kind of a thing because it was the need of the time. But this all can be done within the philosophical umbrella of justice, fraternity, equality, freedom, those 4 parameters with critical rationality into it. So this also shows that there is a kind of, tremendous social concern with philosophical ideals and also a sense of responsibility. In fact, when I got this topic and I started thinking of it, I found that so it fits very much within the NEP 2020, because this is the spirit of the NEP 2020, how philosophy, social concern and responsibility can go together. This is another thing which I just wanted to put an addition to it. And importantly, and something which I would like to, maybe in the course of time, when I get the chance to make critical comments on the papers, there I will put it. But for now, I'll simply mention it, that the role of power is to be understood very specifically, because power with its indicators and also variations of economy, of technology, of politics, of culture, of language, of diplomacy, of military and everything, the way it tries to regulate all the social life at every level, that has to be very carefully seen. Because if there is a war going on somewhere, or if there is economic depression anywhere, or if there is some other kind of expansionism which people are having, nations are having, then this also affects us, and philosophy has to come forward to reflect on it. So Derrida and Habermas, they had come together when the second war on Iraq took place, and it is high time. In fact, me and Zizek, we wanted to do it, but Zizek is very much engaged into it because he could not speak against the war going on in the place. I'm forgetting the name. Just you can see. So Russia and Ukraine war, kind of a thing. So philosophy has all these responsibilities, and power, role of power is to be understood. Now, 2 more issues I would like to place before you. One is, of course, we want unity. We want human unity. Maybe philosophically, logically, we will like to have the Advaita Vedantin perspective of oneness. But I will suggest that within the oneness, there is enough space for plurality also. There is no one Vedanta. There's so many Vedanta. And there is not even one Advaita also. There is Kevala Advaita, there is Visishta Advaita, there is Shuddha Advaita. Advaita is there, but it's of many kinds. So my submission is that let there be unity within the larger domain of plurality. Plurality has to be accepted, even at the cost of relativism. I don't mind. But plurality is the ethos of the day. This has to be recognized, because we are not just going to become one, with one language, one culture, one ethnicity, one identity. France has miserably failed in doing it. So let us recognize the plurality, but also the sense of unity. Unity within the plurality. This should be the way that we should approach, and even Vedantins have done it. So Advaita Vedanta doesn't mean that everybody should become one, kind of a thing. We have oneness, but within the plurality. So this kind of a thing. Now, what are the challenges which have come up? Why at all we are having this kind of brainstorming session on philosophy, social concern and responsibility? Precisely because there have been various ruptures. Modernity brought such a rupture. It broke down the tradition, introduced a new way of understanding, articulating and presenting everything. So but also it changed the nomenclature very substantially. Postmodernity was another phase, and other civilizations which started coming up. Most of the like 46 civilizations, 45 civilizations have been completely, in fact, not in the original form, but some other revivalist tendencies which are there. So there are various factors which have tried to create some kind of a rupture between philosophy, social concern, and the responsibility. There are philosophers, and Professor Pradhan knows it very well, that there are philosophers who said that job of philosophy is only to describe the facts and not to change it. And there are very many intellectuals in India also, they were profoundly influenced by it. That you just describe everything and leave everything as it is. But later on they realized that philosophy cannot survive this way. Philosophy and philosophical ideas are active. They are derived from the active interaction with the social concern and the sense of responsibility. And those ideas are active themselves. So this active instrumentality has to be there. And then we have to articulate how much we can make that instrumentality to work for society with a sense of responsibility. Now, my submission is that there is no straightway solution to any of these issues. Social responsibilities keep on changing. It's time specific, and so culture is specific, civilization is specific, nation is specific, even tribal is specific. Even the tribal cultures do not have a very homogeneous sense of responsibility. Different tribals, particularly in Bastar and in other places, like in Chhattisgarh and other places, they have different kind of responsibility compared to what they have in Himachal Pradesh. So in the hill regions. So there is no such a kind of homogeneous kind of a solution. Let there be plurality prevailing into it, and this issue of social responsibility, maybe we can forget about social concern and everything if the environmental responsibility comes up. So because it affects every human being everywhere. So sense of responsibility is time specific. So and social concern is also equally time specific. And philosophy has always been addressing that temporality of time. So temporality is very specific. So I appreciate what Kant had said, that it's not what kind of an idea that you are cherishing. It's important at what time you are cherishing a particular idea. The temporality dimension of it is something which is very specific, and I think my time is now over. Professor Paneerselvam, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I'll be throughout here and till this episode goes on. So I'm fully prepared for it. Yeah. So I'll keep on interacting and giving more feedback if possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I also thank Professor Pradhan for stimulating those ideas.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor R.P. Singh ji, for another thought-provoking address. In fact, we have to congratulate Professor R.P. Singh for highlighting the concept of plurality, which is very important at this juncture. And the way you have developed the argument is something very interesting, because now you could strike a balance, I would say, between Indian and Western tradition. And since you are well versed in both tradition, It was very easy for you, and we are very much benefited by your thought-provoking address. And of course, there will be more time for you when you interact with the students. President, once the presentation is made as an expert, you can also offer your views on that. And but at this juncture, I would first of all congratulate you and thank you for your kind presence and delivering a wonderful lecture. Thank you so much, Professor R.P. Singh, sir. And now we have a great privilege to introduce to you one of the eminent philosophers of this century, I would say. Some of you may not know Professor William Sweet. In fact, we call him Will, that's all. He's such an affectionate friend, a great philosopher. For those who are not aware of the contributions, academic contributions of Professor William Sweet, I would just would like to read his great contribution. Professor William Sweet is the chair in the Humanities and Social Sciences and professor of philosophy at St. Francis Xavier University, Nova Scotia, Canada. In the past, he was the president of Canadian Philosophical Association and the Canadian Theological Society. He was also vice president of the Council for Research in Values and Philosophy, Washington. And he was also a member of the steering committee of FISP. FISP, it stands for Federation of International Society for Social Philosophy. During the year 2003 to 2018, he was also a visiting professor overseas of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. And he's the author and editor of 30 books. And he taught in China, Poland, and in India also, and other countries. He was elected a fellow of Royal Historical Society in 2013 and the Royal Society of Canada in 2017. And I must tell you at this juncture that he's a close friend of India, in the sense that he has been visiting India on various occasions. And last year, in fact, we were very eager to listen to him in the Indian Philosophical Congress, which was held in Utkal University, but due to some reasons, he could not come. So he's a friend of India and Indian universities, I must say. Why I'm saying Indian universities, for many of the PhD thesis, he's an examiner, a strict examiner. But one thing I must say is that he's a very, very affectionate friend in the sense that he has been helping all the research scholars, students, any research scholars. I remember many of my research scholars in Madras University used to sit with him and listen to him and listen to some of his very interesting talk, and not only interesting, some philosophical concepts he would clarify in a very beautiful way. And also he is a scholar in Indian philosophy also. That is really remarkable. And of course, he is very much familiar with the postmodern tradition and also the contemporary Western philosophy. And I must also point out at this juncture that I edited 2 volumes in which Professor William Sweet could contribute. One is on Sandon volume, which I edited, that is on postmodern and critical theory, where Professor Will has given a very beautiful article. And also my recently edited volume for Satyanilayam Research Institute. The topic is hospitality, for which William Sweet has given a very beautiful article. And also I must point out that when I requested him to deliver the special address on this occasion, he has sent the abstract also. And he has given a very beautiful title, and I am sure that he is going to speak on that because the abstract is so fascinating. The title of that abstract is Borders and Social Responsibility of Philosophy. That's very fascinating. And he always takes philosophy very seriously. And I would say that whenever he visits India, there is always a demand for him in the sense that many of the universities, whether it is in Pune or in say, Delhi or in other places, they would be eager to listen to him. And he is such a powerful speaker, and we are very grateful to him for kindly accepting our invitation. And not only that, I must tell you the fact that he is also closely associated with our Chennai Philosophical Forum. From the year 2013 onwards. That was the year, as I said earlier, it was the year in which CPF was inaugurated. From that time onwards, when there is a program, when I request him, when he is in India, especially in Chennai, he would be happy to participate. And he has a love for philosophy, and he has a love for India and Indians. So with this few words, I have great pleasure in welcoming Professor William Sweet, and I would request him to deliver his special address. Professor Will.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Professor Pinner-Selvam, for this invitation to address you, but also for organizing this event, which encourages students and colleagues to develop their research. I think this is very important to have this kind of forum that encourages not just one's colleagues, but students. It's wonderful to see so many people here. Let me also just say by way of introduction that what I'm going to talk about in a way draws a bit on my background, which is to work in ethics, applied ethics, and the philosophy of law. But also more recently, I've been working on what I would call intercultural philosophy, but also meta-philosophy. And so I want to try to bring some of these things together in my remarks. And Professor Pinner-Selvam, how long do I have to talk here? I'm sorry, it's
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, I'll try to finish. I'll finish before then, I hope. Anyway, thank you very much. So let me, for those of you who may not have seen the abstract, let me just very briefly say something about what I plan to do. So what I want to discuss is one aspect of the social responsibility of philosophy. And that social responsibility is to engage in the exchange of ideas and to promote intercultural understanding, to promote interculturality. That is to contribute to solving and resolving contemporary problems. And I pick here problems of borders and boundaries. And as we know these days, there are many issues that relate to boundaries. I'll say more about that in a minute. And specifically what I'm going to argue is for the social responsibility of philosophy to identify ways of understanding boundaries, but also ways of transgressing boundaries. And that both new disciplines, such as intercultural philosophy, and old disciplines, like the history of philosophy, can give us insights into finding ways to understand and bridge some of the many boundaries in the social world today. I'm going to start with some general remarks on philosophy and on borders or boundaries. So just some very, very general remarks. And then I want to turn to the importance of boundaries, but also their ambiguities. And this leads us to raise some challenges to philosophy's capacity to address matters of boundaries. In a way, what Professor Singh was just talking about, I think, we're thinking, I think, along the same lines here. Third, I want to reply very broadly to these challenges and describe what I see philosophy as offering us. And so here I do what I call a bit of meta-philosophy. So my colleague, Tim Williamson from Oxford is a person who also thinks quite a bit about meta-philosophy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about meta-philosophy. And then I'll turn from there to an illustration from the history of philosophy to show how philosophy can recognize borders and also address border issues. And then finally, from this illustration in the history of philosophy, I want to offer some meta-philosophical remarks on how philosophy can carry out the task of social responsibility by providing a kind of method or way to recognize and bridge cultural and philosophical boundaries. So that just gives you a little bit of a picture of what I plan to do in the next few minutes. So let me start with a bit of an introduction. When we speak of philosophy, we can speak of it, as you know, as either in a broad or a narrow sense. And in a broad sense, we think of philosophy as the love of, or desire for wisdom. And so in this sense, it's the pursuit by the philosopher of what is most important in life. And in that way, philosophy is seen as a way of life. Now, this is not an asocial view. It's not an antisocial view. But the focus of this idea of philosophy as a way of life is to focus on the philosopher, him or herself, and not really directly on social concerns, only indirectly on social concerns. So that's one way of looking at philosophy. Now, I think today, however, one frequently thinks of philosophy in a narrower sense. That is, philosophy is an activity that involves reflection on and ideally moving towards a solution to fundamental problems in values, in ethics, in social and political life, in metaphysics and epistemology. And so I think it's in this sense of philosophy that it has a kind of a normative character and a social concern. So because philosophy is concerned about social issues, political issues, legal issues, cultural issues. It's also a social activity in that it is an activity that takes place in groups. So here we are, we have a conference or we have a meeting in some way. We've got philosophical societies and universities. So it's not just a private activity, it's a public activity. Now, I think that many of these social issues today have to do with borders and boundaries. And let me just remind you of things that we all know, but just to tell us how I think important borders and boundaries are. So we think today about conflicts or wars, conflicts in Ukraine, or in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, or in the Western Sahara, or in Kashmir. There are conflicts. And these are conflicts that deal in part with borders or boundaries. Or again, we can think of borders and boundaries regulating or preventing the movement of peoples. So think about migrants and refugees coming into Europe or into the United States. But even within Africa and within Southeast Asia, there are, issues of migrants and immigration and refugees. There are gender and racial boundaries, for example, of what is a woman or what is a man, and whether these terms have a set boundary or whether they're fluid, and so there's no boundary at all. Or again, we can think about the boundaries among cultures, of being a member of an ethnic or a cultural group. So what does it mean to be a member of a certain cultural group? And what does it mean not to be a member of a cultural group? And is it possible to overcome these borders or boundaries, through cultural change or through class change and social change? And there are a lot of boundaries in religion and so on. So I think that when philosophy is thinking about its social concern and its responsibility, these days it's often talking about boundaries of different kinds. Now, my claim, and this is my first point, is that philosophy has something to say about these different kinds of boundaries. In fact, it must say something about it. It has to help to identify these boundaries, to clarify them, but also to problematize these boundaries and perhaps to overcome them, or maybe in some cases even reinforce them. So this says something very general about philosophy and boundaries. Now, I want to talk, again, very briefly about the importance of boundaries and their ambiguities. Now, on the one hand, I think borders and boundaries are unifying. They help to promote identity. And so we think about the identity of communities and nations. So borders provide a way of sort of saying what a nation is. And it gathers people together within the border, and it helps to promote a sense of identity within them. So borders are important as a kind of a unifying factor. It sort of shows what people have together. But on the other hand, borders can also be a way of separating oneself from others. It's like a wall. And walls, again, are ambiguous. They keep others outside, but they also keep people inside. You can sort of think about the Berlin Wall, if you remember those days. It was a way of keeping people out, but it was also a way of keeping people in. And in some cases, these borders will even insulate individuals from what is going on outside. So borders then have both positive and negative features. So for example, we can think of the borders that are protected by the army or security forces as ensuring safety. So, these are perhaps good things. But they can also be used to prevent those inside from encountering and engaging others. perhaps creating a kind of an echo chamber, so inhibiting our own growth and the possibility of offering or sharing hospitality. So walls, in a way, are obstacles to hospitality. Walls are a way to prevent the encounter of others. So boundaries are important, but they're ambiguous. Now, where does philosophy fit in? Now, first, I think, especially in this contemporary sense, philosophy may help us to see or define or understand borders and boundaries. And it helps us perhaps to try to find the explanation or justification for borders. It might tell us about the necessity of borders, but also about the futility of borders. Now, this is an analytical task. But philosophy may also be transgressive because it sometimes seeks to find ways of crossing or bridging boundaries and borders. Now, as a good philosopher, you have to say, well, okay, this sounds nice, but is this not presumptuous? You know, is philosophy not claiming to do more than, in fact, what it can do? And so, admittedly, there are challenges to philosophy carrying out such a task of analysis, communication, transgression, and so on. So, for example, we have to remind ourselves, first, of the boundaries of philosophy itself. The most fundamental condition and boundary of philosophy, I think, is culture. Philosophies arise within cultures. Culture has an impact on the form and character of philosophy, and the language, terminology, and questions and issues in philosophy are almost always a response to matters or issues that arise within a culture. And so some might see philosophy as itself problematic in engaging in these tasks, that its cultural embeddedness, so to speak, may prevent it from seeing or valuing other borders. I think, moreover, and this raises a point that I mentioned a bit earlier, the term philosophy itself is vague. And I might add that it does not obviously have a universal or essential character across cultures. So, for example, we find that the conditions and boundaries of philosophy, what distinguishes philosophy from literature or from science or from religion or from ideology, these are different depending on the culture and language. And so I think that when we sort of think about philosophy, we have to ask about its aim. And this varies, it seems, from culture to culture and place to place. Now, this is nothing new. Bertrand Russell, for example, wrote about 100 years ago, he said, any definition of philosophy is controversial, and it already embodies a philosophical attitude. He says, Russell says, the only way to find out what philosophy is to do it. So, in a way, there's our challenge. And I just want to remind you, again, something that we all know, that some have argued that this Western conception of philosophy, if I can talk about a Western conception, is too narrow. And here, Kalidas Bhattacharya, who you all know, writes that most of the others who have done philosophy in India have more or less accepted Western philosophy. And that, too, as it was understood by the British thinkers, and granted recognition to that much of Indianism, which was intelligible in terms of Western ideas. The rest was rejected as dogmatic, magical, tribal, romantic, and speculative, and whatnot. So Bhattacharya then invites his Indian readers to challenge, if you wish, a restrictive model of philosophy. Don't think of it as being the one that one does in Europe or one does in the United States. On the other hand, it's been suggested that some Asian philosophies are not as broad or as comprehensive as those of the West. So Bhattacharya says philosophy should be much larger than it is. B.K. Maltilal writes, for example, that while professional philosophers of India over the last 2,000 years have been consistently concerned with the problems of logic and epistemology, metaphysics and soteriology, they have seldom discussed what we call moral philosophy today. And he attributes this to the conception of the human being in Hindu philosophy. So there's another Indian philosopher who says, in a way, Asian philosophy doesn't go broad enough. And I think you can find similar examples in East Asia and in Southern Africa. And I won't mention them right now, but I have them in my notes. In short, some would see philosophy today at its best as an imperfect tool to understand and to cross over or transcend cultural, social, and even philosophical borders. And so in this way, its social role and responsibilities would seem to be circumscribed or even somewhat muted. So I think this is the kind of challenge that philosophy is confronted with, that it really can't do what it claims to do. Now, that's not my view. I think that, even accepting the cultural origins and rootedness of philosophy, even if we would agree with Russell perhaps and say that there is no absence, there's no universal or essential character to philosophy, the diversity of aims or methods in philosophy don't seem to me to be an absolute impediment to talk about philosophy having a social role and responsibility, and specifically to contribute to the discussion of borders. It's certainly true that philosophies are products of cultures. They're products of cultures of origin, and so they are embedded. But philosophies have also migrated. They've migrated from their cultures of origin, or they've developed or evolved over time. And I've written a bit about this idea of migrating texts and traditions, the possibility that texts and traditions are read outside their culture of origin, but actually acquire a new home, like migrants acquire a new home, so philosophies can acquire a new home. And I think this is a way of sort of thinking about how philosophy can engage some of these questions about borders. So here's my kind of response to this challenge to philosophy. And what I want to say is that these are necessary characters by and large. They may not be sufficient, but necessary characters for understanding what philosophies are. And I think the first characteristic is that philosophies seek to know, they seek to have truth, they seek to have wisdom. And so in that way, one can think of it as being a kind of an intellectual or even a scientific activity. It seeks knowledge about the fundamental nature of reality or of the human condition. And it may seek to understand the conditions or sources of that knowledge or truth. So in a way, it sort of goes beyond just thinking of it in terms of science. A second characteristic of philosophies, I think, is that they seek to share that knowledge. That is, they seek to communicate. And so there's not only a kind of a social expectation that philosophy seek knowledge and communicate it, but there's a kind of epistemic duty to communicate that knowledge. Now, philosophy also, or philosophies have means of sharing that knowledge. It assumes that there's a language or a discourse, an intelligibility to others, but also, I think, a kind of minimum commonality among those who participate. And so that this is sort of the basis, I think, for communicating across traditions. So philosophy is fundamentally a communicative activity. It's not just a private activity. And I think there you can see part of the social role and the social responsibility of philosophy. Now, I would say that philosophy is, in principle, disinterested, except for its commitment to knowledge, wisdom, and truth. This may be controversial, but I would suggest that. I think philosophy, again, maybe this is a bit ideal. Philosophy must have humility. That is, it is generally what I would call fallibilistic or open to correction. So no philosophy is, so to speak, finished. Philosophy is also a self-reflective activity. And so this is a question not of an ideology or a religion or something like that, that in a way philosophy asks itself about what philosophy is. And that's the meta-philosophy, I think, that Tim Williamson talks about. Now, I think this is very general. And in part, I want to keep it general because I want to say, on the one hand, it's something that one can identify in different cultures and traditions, but also that philosophy is something that has a social character. And so in order to carry out this social character of philosophy, it seems to me that there are also certain assumptions that we have to make. And I think the first is that there can be a public or a common space. I don't want to say a neutral space. I don't think that's an appropriate term, but a public or a common space where discourse or a sphere where people or individuals with their distinctive insights and approaches can come together and engage one another. In a way, this is an example of such a public space right now, this very event. Second, I think we have to work on the presumption that there are what I would call shared or dominant ideas. What do I mean by that? I mean principles or values that have a kind of regulative or ordering character in consciousness among members of a group. And so right now, for example, we might have as a regulative idea in our group here, the idea of providing reasons or explanations or being appropriate, that kind of thing. And I think also we have to have a model to engage in this activity of determining when responses are appropriate or right or correct, and when the responses are inappropriate. So when do people make mistakes? When are people sort of moving towards a correct answer? When are they getting the right answer? And so I want to say that I think that even though philosophy comes from within borders, there are ways in which that we can talk about philosophies in different contexts and different environments, and that they can communicate across borders, and that they can even transgress borders. Sometimes when people want to set borders, philosophy pushes against that. Now, let me try to be a little bit more concrete. This is all very high level. So I think for simplicity and focus, I want to talk specifically about national and cultural borders and the exchange of ideas. And I think what I say would be appropriate in other situations as well. And I want to use a concrete example, and I think it's relevant to many cultures, maybe all cultures, and that is, what is the good life? What is it to live well? What is it to flourish? What is it to be oneself? So what is the good life? And so my point here is not to answer that question, but rather to ask how to engage in discussing that question. And here I want to use as a very brief example that of a debate in the first decade of the 20th century, so over 100 years ago. And it's a debate between a debate between an Indian philosopher and a Western philosopher. So the Indian philosopher is a scholar of Hinduism named S. Subramania Shastri. And the Western thinker is Alfred George Hogg. Alfred George Hogg taught at Madras Christian College, and this debate took place in 1904, 1905 in the Madras Christian College magazine. And this exchange is perhaps best known or remembered as the catalyst for the MA thesis and the first book of Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, and that is The Ethics of the Vedanta. So there's this prior debate, and the underlying question of that prior debate is, does Hindu philosophy meet the standard of a genuine ethics? Now, Shastri's position was that it did, that the doctrines of karma and transmigration of the soul provided a stronger, and this is a quote, bulwark and a better sanction for morality than the Western consciousness of the natural consequences of one's doings. And so in Madras Christian College magazine in 1904, in the September issue, and then over a number of later issues, Alfred George Hogg replies to Shastri's argument. Now, Hogg rejected the claim that karma and transmigration could provide a sufficient motivation for ethical action. So this is his, sort of Western perspective on this. But his underlying concern was, how far and under what conditions are such comparisons possible? So Hogg writes, why is it that in drawing comparisons between Hindu and European philosophy, Shastri is so often willing to accentuate superficial parallelisms and ignore fundamental contrasts? So it seems to me that here we're talking about a matter of borders. In a way, Shastri's saying those borders are easily permeable. These borders are easily crossed. And that we can talk about philosophy in a kind of sense where, Hindu philosophy provides an advance on Western thinking. Hogg's reply is not that no communication is possible. He doesn't say that there's an absolute border between them. But before we talk about this, we have to recognize the differences, and we have to recognize that there are borders. Now, as far as I know, Shastri did not reply to Hogg. Certainly he did not write an article that specifically dealt with it. But as I mentioned, one of Hogg's students did reply to Hogg, and namely Radhakrishnan. And so it raises the question of whether one can cross borders and have an exchange between Western and Indian, or Western and Hindu ethics. So can we use Radhakrishnan as an example of doing philosophy across borders? And I think that Radhakrishnan's motivation, there were many motivations, but one of them was because he thought that philosophy had a social concern. Philosophy had a social responsibility. And so what he was doing was trying to carry out this social responsibility by engaging the arguments of Hogg. Now, I think first, Radhakrishnan certainly recognized the existence of a border between Hindu philosophy and Western philosophy. He certainly recognized that there was a border. And he recognized there was a border between Shastri and Hogg. Still, Radhakrishnan also recognized that the Western view was something of value. And so he felt both a desire and an obligation to engage it. That is, it's not simply that you recognize there are differences, there's something that's value there, and you need to engage it. In fact, you must engage it. But in the Ethics of the Vedanta, which is, again, it's an MA thesis, it's a very, very early work, Radhakrishnan recognizes he has to be explicit about his own presuppositions. And it's interesting when you read this, that the first part of it, the introduction and part of the first chapter, what Radhakrishnan does is he tries to explain in a way what his presuppositions are, his understanding of Hindu philosophy, in order to try to make the assumptions and differences of both sides a bit more explicit. So rather than just kind of assuming there's a kind of commonality, he wants to say, well, no, there's something distinctive here that we have to recognize, and that he himself is aware of that. So what he seeks in much of the rest of that work is to sort of identify things that he thinks may be shared in common, but also contrasts. So, that in other words, there are borders there. What is it that we can find across borders? What is it that maybe we don't find across borders? And so, for example, in the third and fourth chapter of this work, deals with questions of yoga philosophy. After he spells out what he takes to be the Vedanta approach, he engages Aristotle and Kant, psychological egoism, and so on, as in a way to try to find, is there a way of seeing where the truth on this matter is? Now, I think, and you would agree, I hope, that Radhakrishnan was unusually placed in this situation. So he is a Hindu, he's sort of brought up in a Hindu household, he understands elements of Hindu philosophy, but he's educated in Western philosophy. So in a way, he's bicultural. He's got a kind of a Western understanding. He's also got his own understanding of origin. So in some sense, he's bicultural or sort of bi-philosophical in that way, because he's already participated in at least two different culture-based philosophies. And so he's been able to enter into this, and this allows him to, I think, engage the Western ideas and the Western criticisms, which he does through probably the rest of his work. So the thesis, this first book, The Ethics of the Vedanta, serves as a kind of a common space where debate takes place. So there's that kind of common sphere. And he looks for examples of prior bridges or prior translations or shared ideas across it. But he's also, I think, led to a new way of thinking. And this is what we might call, at least at first, comparative philosophy. And I want to say that that effort of comparative philosophy is relatively new. You see it in B.N. Seal, Brajendranath Seal, you see it there. You see it in France, in Paul Masson Orcel, and it's new. It's new because in a way, what it's trying to do, it's trying to summarize and set into dialogue different traditions. And so I think what Radhakrishnan believed is that this comparative, what he called comparative philosophy, was not just talking about different philosophies like a kind of anthropologist does, but he thinks that there's something that's shared, perhaps a cross-cultural orientation or focus on certain questions, and at least a minimal universality or commonality. And I think the other thing that comes up in this new way of thinking is the importance of humility, the importance of patience. In other words, not to rush into something, even if you mean it with goodwill. Now I admit that Radhakrishnan is a controversial example. I know there are people like Maltilal and Mohanty and others have said that Radhakrishnan's approach may be impoverished in some way Indian speculative philosophy. My point is not to defend Radhakrishnan in particular, but simply to say that regardless, it's an illustration, it's an example of how one can address borders and exchange ideas, how a particular philosopher managed to do it, and that the reason why Radhakrishnan did this was a matter of social concern and responsibility. So that's a kind of concrete example. And now what I want to suggest is a more theoretical, sort of metaphilosophical reflection on that. And so if this is an example of philosophy that recognizes borders, that recognizes difference, and yet feels a social responsibility to help to discern and cross borders, what could we say in general about the doing of philosophy in a way that enables it to contribute to social problems and social concerns? And let me just sort of summarize some lessons, I would say, that you could take from the example of Radhakrishnan, though whether or not Radhakrishnan actually believed that is another issue. I think the first thing in doing philosophy today is to recognize the existence of borders between people or groups of people. You know, one recognizes border difference. There's a lot of concern these days about the importance of identity, you know, and we can't ignore the fact that we are different. We can't ignore this. Professor Singh talked about the importance of recognizing that kind of difference. He talked even about not even being bothered by relativism. I don't know if I would go that far, but you know, recognize that there's difference. And so if I recognize that there are borders, that there's difference, I also want to recognize that there's something of value on the other side of that border. Value is not just on this side of the border. Value is on the other side of the border. And it's not just a recognition that there's something of value. There's a desire and an obligation to engage what is going on the other side of that border. So it's part of a communicative activity. In a way, this is the kind of thing that Habermas in some way is also trying to reach out to. It's this idea of philosophy as a kind of a communicative practice. And you know, the big question is, can it cross borders? Habermas thinks it can. That's controversial. But this idea and obligation that philosophy, to do philosophy, involves an obligation to exchange or share ideas, but also to be open to ideas. That's the interculturality. I think what we often overlook is that one must also be very conscious of one's own presuppositions. And so this discernment of one's own propositions is a very lengthy task. It's only through, I think, engaging and attempting to build relations with others that many of one's own assumptions and differences are brought out. So, I mean, I may think about my presuppositions and so on, but it's only by having discussions with philosophers from different traditions, from different cultures, from different schools of thought, that I become more aware of what I'm assuming when I'm bringing this to the table. And I think that the identification of these presuppositions then allows me to ask myself, well, among my presuppositions, do I think there are presuppositions in others that allow for the possibility of communication? And so that's a key element in communication. If I can't find something that we might share, even in a very rudimentary way, then I think philosophies are just talking at each other. They're not communicating. They're just expressing. They're not doing philosophy. Now, how do we get these, this recognition? How do we get these shared ideas? Sometimes it's just a matter of trial and error. I know when I used to go to China, I would talk to some philosophers about some issues. And for years, I just thought that one of us must be not very intelligent, because it didn't seem we were getting very far. And so there's a bit of trial and error. And then eventually I started to see some things that I hadn't seen before, that I was bringing to just assumptions that I had made, and things I had not seen. And so there's a kind of a trial and error, I think, that's involved in the identification of the possibility of a shared language or the possibility of a shared discourse. It takes place over time. Sometimes just by observing others, listening to the witness of others, then I can become, aware of what I bring to the table, but also what we might have in common. But I think also there are people who are, as I would call it, in between. That is, who have contact on either side of the border already. And so I would call that an example of lived interculturality. So maybe having a kind of a Western education, but living in Asia, or living in a cultural community where there's no sort of common core, but you enjoy the benefits of different cultures. I think especially of children, for example, who are brought up in homes where there's that diversity, perhaps parents from different cultures who marry together. And so that idea of trying to live that interculturality. And so I think individuals who have this lived interculturality or double belonging can help us to try to identify what might be in common, also to notify us where there may be pitfalls or dangers. Now, I'm not saying that any of these attempts, empirical attempts, are going to solve the problem. But I think there helps to try to get us to try to find something that we might share. And I think once we have some of those shared ideas, we can try to identify a common space and maybe even start to enter into these other traditions ourselves. So Professor Paneerselvam had mentioned in the very kind introduction to me is that, I've become interested in Indian philosophy. And so in a way, by entering into this, I can never be a native. I can never be, brought up in it. But I think by traveling, by learning history, culture, even migrating in a certain way, we can find a way of starting to provide a translation, if I could put it that way. And I think this gives rise to what I would call a new way of thinking. And this is something that has been discussed by a number of other philosophers recently. It's not as widespread as I think it should be. But this idea of a kind of cross-cultural polylogue, or a kind of bringing together of different voices, it's a very challenging activity. But nevertheless, I think it's something that provides the opportunity for genuine insights and understanding. And this is not just a role for philosophy. This is something that, as any intelligent being, as any person who's interested in the sharing of knowledge, gets to know more about others, this is going to allow for not only a greater understanding, but I think even the possibility of some progress. So as, again, the idea of a plurality of people who can nevertheless experience, I wouldn't even say a oneness, but a kind of a sharing of something. And this is something that takes place over a good deal of time. And I think it's only having this new way of thinking that really philosophy is able to carry out its mission, its social mission, and its social concern, which is to try to see borders, identify borders, understand what lies on the other side of borders, and at times maybe even transgress borders. Say that these borders are arbitrary or unjustified or problematic. and not just by oneself, but as part of a group. And so, as Professor Paneer Selvam mentioned, I wrote something recently on the issue of hospitality. And so when I see the social concern and responsibility of philosophy is to be hospitable, it's a kind of welcoming or even an openness to the insights and ideas and interests of those on the other side of the border. And so that, my friends and colleagues and dear students, I would suggest is part of the social concern and responsibility of philosophy. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor William Sweet, for your excellent exposition, I should say. Because from the beginning, you have been talking about how philosophy can contribute in solving the contemporary issues, especially with regard to borders and boundaries, whether it is a political boundary or it is a racial boundary or religious boundary or gender boundary, how philosophy can really help us to transcend this border. So you have used the word transgressing the boundaries. And also I am very much fascinated when you made a reference to Indian thinkers like Kalidas Bhattacharya, B.K. Matilal and Radhakrishnan, especially when you made a reference to Radhakrishnan's very interesting MA dissertation on ethics of Vedanta. It has got a lot of implication. As you very correctly said, how Hogg has interpreted Hindu philosophy or Indian philosophy, and Radhakrishnan has to come to support how Indian philosophy has to be interpreted or has to be understood in a different perspective. And in this way, I should say that your approach is something remarkable, and it very clearly shows that you are well versed both in Indian as well as Western tradition. And also, towards the end of your talk, of course, in the beginning also you made a reference to the intercultural philosophy, which I think is the need of the hour. To have a philosophy with boundaries, I think it has got always some limitations. So it is very much essential for us to develop the intercultural philosophy, which I would say has no boundary. And I feel that it is the best way of communicating all our ideas and thoughts to our colleagues of different culture. So in this way, I would say, Professor William Sweet, your lecture has given us a new dimension to the problem. And we are very grateful to you for kindly coming over here and spending your time and sharing some of your views on this very important topic. All of us know that today is a very important day for you because today is Easter, is celebrated everywhere. So in spite of that, you could spend some time with us and share your interesting ideas, which is always fascinating. And we are very grateful to you, Professor William Sweet, for kindly discussing this with us in the Chennai Philosophical Forum. Of course, this is not the first time we listen to you in Chennai Philosophical Forum, but for the benefit of young scholars and teachers, I think this will give a new dimension to approach their PhD topics or their dissertation, or to develop their own ideas in future. Thank you very much, William Sweet, for your kind participation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, shall I ask Pramod Das ji? Professor Pramod Das, are you there? Pramod Das? Yeah. Pramod Das, now, yeah, you are there. Okay. Now you give your lecture. Or if you want to postpone it towards the end also, it's fine. In whatever way you feel like doing, please do it. Or after listening to the presentation of the scholars, if you want to give elaborately your views on this, that also would be fine. Or if you want to talk now also, it's fine. Whichever is convenient to you, please do it. Das, please. Hello? You are not audible. Hello? Yeah, now you are audible.
Thank you, sir. I shall speak only 5 minutes.
Okay.
I shall not take more time because very carefully I listened all the great speakers invited here, and I am very much grateful to you for giving me this chance to share my thought and to be engaged in this program. At the common parlance, we can take science and philosophy doing the same job because both are engaged in knowing something. Yes, science is the systematic knowledge of something. That in science also we claim that we know something. And in philosophy also we claim that we know something. But the difference is that philosophical knowing is connected with ethics. Here in Indian philosophy we think that knowing is becoming. That becoming part is ethical part. If you know the theory, you have to become that. You have to translate that theory into practice. Otherwise, mere knowing is not philosophy. Mere knowing may be mathematics, mere knowing may be something physics, mere knowing something else, but that is not philosophy. So knowing is becoming. That is the definition of philosophy in Advaita Vedanta, and that is our Indian tradition. But that is also a threat. That knowing is becoming has become a threat because suppose some knows Marxism. He becomes a follower of Marxism. So he becomes a Marxist because I know it, I become it. So that is not the sense of knowing is becoming. So I shall go with Ramesh Pradhan sir, Professor Ramesh Pradhan ji, who spoke very well about Advaita Vedanta, that knowing should be oriented towards that unity, that knowing is not of any ism that I am that Professor Williams said about boundaries. That will put us in the boundary. I know this, I shall become this, and I shall live the whole life with one ism. I shall become a Marxist following the Marxism, and I shall live the whole life. I shall live with a banner, and I shall make my own border. That is not philosophy. Philosophy means we have to transcend all isms. We should make our mind free for its open access to everything. So that is critical assessment, critical thinking. So here knowing is becoming means knowing the best and becoming the best. And what is the best? The best is that unity. And very beautifully, Professor R.P. Singh said that unity for what? Unity in what? Unity in diversity. So in the nursery state, we have to understand what are the possibility of a diversity. What are the diverse religious systems, denominations? What are the diverse social systems? We have to understand that so that we can have a purpose that we should think of unity, and that unity is meaningful, that is pragmatic. So understanding of a plurality, understanding of a diversity opens a path for the unity. So in philosophy, particularly in India, we can think of through method and purpose. The method is very much, the method is not ethical. The method is very much logical. We have to follow different philosophical methods in order to have, for example, dialectical method, for example, descriptive method, there are logical method, there are different methods to understand philosophical pursuit. But what is the purpose? The purpose is we have to become we should have our better version day by day. We should our personality, our character, our thought should be transformed. If it is not there, then we are missing something in philosophy. And that is the cry of the day. That is the crisis of the present society, that we have different boundaries. We should meet at the border. We should meet at the border, and that is possible by inter-religious dialogues. That is possible by inter-religious understanding. Anything that should be compromised by a holistic thought, and that will lead to the greater perspective of humanity. So philosophy and humanity, they should go hand in hand. I agree with all of these great speakers, I learned many things from them. And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Pramod Dashji. Now we'll have a research scholars presentation. If William Sweet is free, you can stay here for some time and then you can go. If otherwise, according to your convenience, you can. I would be happy if you could listen to some of the presentation made by our scholars, if you are free. Otherwise, no problem.
I can stay for about another 10 or so minutes. So thank you.
Great. That's great. So, so we'll have now presentation. And now at this juncture, I welcome Venerable Monk Sampong from Thailand. Sampong, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good
Nice
evening.
to be
Good
here
evening.
again.
Thank you for joining.
Yes, thank you,
Now
sir.
we'll have a research scholars presentation. We'll follow the order which is given in the invitation. The first presentation will be made by Sibin Tangamani Chako. He is from SNRI, Satyanilayam Research Institute, Chennai. Chako, you can make your presentation. Hello, Chako, you are there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
Yeah, Chako, please take maximum 10 to 12 minutes. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please
Okay.
follow that.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. I am so grateful to be here. Today, I would like to present a paper on Beyond the Surface, delving into water ethics and its implications for society and individual. Let me go through the contents. Introduction, what is water justice? Why water justice? Philosophical reflections on of water justice, water ethics and its implication for society and individual. Then conclusion. Water is essential for a factor of every living and non-living things on this planet. Water balances all the physical and chemical and social and economic activities on Earth. Water plays a key role in human body. We can survive up to some weeks without food, but only a few days without water. From cells and tissues to other important organs, every requires water to function. Water carries nutrients to all cells in our body and oxygen to our brain. Water helps to balance our body temperature and it acts as a lubricant for all muscles and joints. For all the physical functioning of human body, water contributes its significant role and up to 60% of the human adult body is water. Eco-justice is the term that describes the systematic and steady problems faced by individuals, communities, and the natural world. The word eco means is relation with environment or nature, and it's also for ecology, ecosystem, and economy. Ecology is a study of interrelationship between biotic and abiotic factors in an ecosystem. Water is essential for the safest function of the planet. All the living and non-living things seeks water for existence. There is no life without water. It is the life-sustaining element with no alternatives. But the condition of the water is getting worse by day due to many reasons. The main reasons behind this situation are water pollution, climate change, groundwater overdrafting, water overuse, misuse of water, mismanagement, human settlements, corruption, groundwater exploitation, etc. Water justice is the combination of let me go through the next heading. What is water justice? Water justice is the combination of intensified resources exploitation, water and land degradation, increasing problems over water access and control, the profound implication for the debates over the word of water rights and justice. Water scarcity is not much related to the absolute availability of clean and fresh water. It is an expression of how water and water services are unequally distributed among social groups. This notion helps to reconstruct the old and collapsed so-called water management. Water is essential for all human beings in an equal manner. Nevertheless, the old corrupted and collapsed management ignored the one hand of people, and they served for the sake of corporates and industries. Water justice is a combination of social and environmental justice because water is essential factor for social and environmental sustainability. Water crisis is a social issue, and at the same time it is affects the environment. Water justice is an urgent action plan for the sake of every suffering community. Hence, this water crisis mainly affects communities and they need justice in water usage and availability. Water justice challenges us to justify our water allocation and water management. We should be ethical towards water. The unethical usage of water is an injustice towards water. The word justice is based on the complex sets of notions and dynamic principles that are grounded in particular social realities. Then why water justice? Water justice helps us to know about water. The knowledge about water is important for social, economic, and cultural enhancement of water. The systematic knowledge regarding water enlightens us to find the problems and remedies for water crisis. Water is a huge area of possibilities. It has many dimensions and it sustains water on earth. It sustains life on earth. Everyone should realize the value of water. Here water justice comfort us to know about the value of water. Water justice is needed for the unequal distribution of water. Water is important to everyone, but there is unequal distribution of water. Millions of people are suffering because of this. This unequal distribution can often lead to disputes and conflicts over these water bodies. Therefore, we need water justice for an equal and ethical water distribution. Large amount of water is being stolen from across the globe. These are the main problems that are facing water and water bodies. First one is climate change, then human interference, then exploitation, mismanagement, and industrial impact. These are the solutions that we need through water justice. Water justice, proper water management, personal relationship with water. Next, why water justice? We have a healthy ecosystem. Naturally, this ecosystem is our natural infrastructure. This is also polluted, manipulated, and heavily consumed by mankind. As a result of this, we are facing floods, drought, and the other calamities. Also, it affects our smooth water supply. Another important reason for the water crisis is water wastage. Water is a renewable source, but we just ignore the reuse and further possible treatments. In many countries, it is cheaper to receive clean water than to dispose wastewater, um, which encourage water waste. Globally, water is considered as as very normal. This value of water is purposefully ignored by many. That's why they manipulate and pollute water in the name of technology and development. Even the government spends millions of money and technology and their departmental activities, but the condition of our water management is very poor. They also consider water as a secondary thing. This is a dangerous situation. Therefore, we need a proper management to stop these kind of actions on water. Next is a very important area in my research in my paper, that is philosophical reflections of water justice. Here I would like to focus the three main areas of my paper. First one is human dependency. Second, the common ownership. Then the intrinsic value. Human dependency and water justice. Human dependency on water justice for the responsibilities and obligations of individuals, communities, and in institutions towards water and the environment. Water ethics emphasizes the importance of stewardship and responsible management of water resources to ensure their sustainability and integrity for the future generation. Water justice for everyone. Water ethics undergoes the principle of equity and water allocation for and distribution, recognizing water as the basic human right and shared resource that should be accessible to all, regardless of socio-economic status or geographic location. Water holds deep cultural, spiritual, and symbolic significance for many societies around the world. Water ethics acknowledges the diverse cultural perspectives and spiritual connection to water, respecting in the indigenous knowledge systems, traditional practices, and cultural rights related to water use and management. Ethical consideration in water management prioritize safeguarding public health and well-being by ensuring access to clean and safe drinking water, sanitation facilities, and hygiene practices. This includes addressing waterborne diseases, promoting sanitation, hygiene education, and protecting vulnerable populations from water-related health risks. So I would like to conclude my paper. Water ethics has profound implications for the society and individual by shaping attitudes, behaviors, and policies towards water resources and the environment. By promoting ethical values such as stewardship, equity, cultural respect, and intergenerational justice, water justice can guide collective actions and decision making to ensure the sustainable and equitable management of water and benefits of all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sipin. Are there any questions? Anybody wants to raise some question, short question for 1 minute?
Just one thing I want to know, because it's a fascinating theme he has taken up, very promising and very potential also. But I'm wondering that there are two basic problems regarding water. One is that it is wasted during monsoon time. So what steps should be taken to minimize the wastage of rainwater, so that it can be either stored or it can be diverted to other places. So connectivity of rivers is another kind of a thing which can help us a lot. So we are lucky enough, particularly in India, that we have enough water from the monsoon rains, but it's all the time flooded. Look at Chennai. You are in Chennai. You can see how much water is wasted and just goes into the ocean. So there is no mechanism to hold it, and underground water level should be increased. And you are good. You are very ambitious about it. It's a fascinating thing. But what are the steps to minimize injustices regarding water management? Let's proceed that way, minimizing injustices. Then only we can have little bit of justice also come. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Sir, namaskar everybody, sir. Well, when the scholar says he gives the terminology water justice, who will deliver this justice unless and until you are personally responsible? As an individual, if somebody is not personally responsible, who will deliver the justice? Because we as in individuals, knowing about the sustainability and the future responsibility that we have with us, if we don't understand our own responsibility. For example, to wash a car, one bucket of water is sufficient. But if you go with the flowing tap, if you use pipes with the flowing water, so you are wasting water. Unless and until we are responsible at our own level, we cannot think of water justice unless and until we are personally responsible. That is my submission. Any idea of justice, we cannot keep that element of justice. We cannot transfer that idea of justice to somebody else. We need to be personally responsible because justice lies in our own end. That is my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Professor Will, do you want to say something? Do you want to say something?
I'll say something very briefly. Thank you very much. I enjoyed the presentation. I guess one of my questions would be about the intrinsic value of justice. Water justice, of water. I think that's sort of philosophically a bit problematic. Many of the cases that you give us deal with what I would call an anthropological focus. So how does it affect humanity? How does it affect human beings? And it would seem to me that justice is something that we normally talk about in terms of human relationships. So I would be interested maybe in the future reading what you have to say about how justice is something that can be done to inanimate things like water, or to certainly to non-living things, like nature, that kind of thing. So, but thank you for the talk. I thought it was interesting, but I'm just a bit concerned that this is ultimately very anthropomorphic. But I would need to read more. Thank you.
Steven, you want to say something?
Yes,
Very briefly.
Yeah. I would like to focus more on philosophically. I would like to focus on more on intrinsic value of water and the personal relationship with water. This is very important because we should treat water as a humanly manner. Like this is our we are just the safeguard. Just the guardian of this nature. We should keep this nature and the water and all the natural elements, all the natural resources to the next generation also. So we are just a guardian. So keep the relationship with water and keep the know the intrinsic value of this nature. So
Thank you, Sibling.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the next paper to be presented by Siddhidatri from BHU Varanasi. Please.
I'm here. Am I audible?
Yeah. We'll announce the topic and then.
Yes, sir. Good
12
evening.
minutes.
Good evening, professors. Myself, Siddhidatri from BHU Varanasi, and today's topic that I have chosen is the individual in society, Kierkegaard's diagnosis of modernity and its role in addressing contemporary social issues. So we know philosophy has its profound, concern and responsibility, and it involves addressing and analyzing diverse issues in almost everything around us, including ourselves. And philosophical inquiry often challenges, existing norms. And one such example is Soren Kierkegaard, who, revolted against then existing philosophical trend that claimed the supremacy of reason or ideas. And he reacted against any philosophy that proposed the conformity, and was daring enough philosopher to divert the attention from essence to existence, from reason and ideas to the individual, to the self. So let us now understand what the term individual mean in the context of Kierkegaard. So individual here is not to be understood merely in the sense of a biological, psychological, or a social animal, but as an existing human being. And those who breathe, digest, excrete and reproduce and perform sufficiently adequate behavior has become the modern characterization of man. But he defines individual in a very special sense, in a unique sense, where the individual is an existing human being. So the moment existing human being is asserted, what becomes important is their concrete nature, their behavior, the emotions, desires, and that particular life and circumstances. So for him to exist mean to desire, to fear, to be, to act out as an individual, and to be passionately committed to a way of life, which involves continuous confrontation with situations, competing aspirations, in which choices must be made. So the question that arises here is, are we making choices for ourselves? Are we free from the external pressures in a real sense? And are we making decisions for the improvement of our individuality? And do we have the courage to not lose our individuality and our uniqueness to the comfort and convenience of the crowd? The saying goes that only the dead fish go with the flow. We should never forget the fact that we are an existing individual existing human being, and this is what Kierkegaard is concerned about. No doubt that he was treated as a fatal freak of his time, and it is rather astonishing that even after celebrating more than 200 years of his birth anniversary, this age is in dire need of Kierkegaard. Why do we need Kierkegaard today? Because the present age is in crisis, and this age, modernity, with escalating technological growth, with cultural changes, societal modifications, has brutally affected both the outer world and the inner world. While the outer world has been transformed by industrialization, globalization, and many other factors, and it has resulted in climate change, environmental catastrophe, the whole world is concerned about that, taking immediate measures and steps. But what about the internal world that have been brutally affected by the pace of modern life? Where individual is feeling a certain disconnect from their true selves. They are feeling alienated. So people are today are repressed and repressed, and it's high time for us to revive what we have lost in the name of development. And the crisis here is to be taken in the context of public, crowd, and media, and etc. And we find these are some of the serious things that have been ignored over time, and this needs our urgent attention. And we find Kierkegaard discussing in his book The Present Age. So in Present Age, he characterizes late modern age as an age of reflection without passion. So what is passion? It is, he says, is a genuinely human quality. It is deep engagement and commitment to one's belief and what one thinks. And no doubt, reflection offers us with valuable insights. And but it gets very tricky where individual is constantly calculative of the pros and cons of an actions. And the problem with this generation is that they are, in order to avoid condemnation from making any decisions, they think the best thing is to do nothing at all. And one must break through these imprisoning confines of reflection to rise above this ambiguity. And this inaction has led the entire generation to the state of passivity. This makes them nothing but indolent. And what this indolent nature does to an individual, it does not allow them to, do what is right. Rather, they are okay endeavoring what is established. And they do not feel the need to, reason or to act out as an individual. And in this, individual differences and uniqueness is getting flattened and neutralized in a mass called public. And one of the special feature of the crowd is that everything is done based on the principle. And when every decision and every action is based on the principle, what happens is people are removed from the decision making process. And when the individual become indistinguishable from the crowd, consciously or unconsciously, he or he fears acting outside the will of the crowd. So what worries Kierkegaard is not the people, but the monstrous abstraction and all embracing something that is nothing at all. It's like a mirage that has to be understood in the sense of concepts. And he says public is neither a generation nor a nation nor a community nor a society. It is nothing at all in itself. So this public, then question arises how to live authentically when one has no authentic relation to the crowd. And he attacked the assimilation of individual getting absorbed in a phantom called crowd. And he time and again repeats crowd is untruth. Why so? Because crowd here is not to be understood in the sense of rich or poor, or of common or elite people. It is to be understood in the sense of concepts, and this is what he calls of as untruth. And when he says it is untruth, it means it is a faceless and nameless phantom, which makes individual remorseless and irresponsible altogether. So what it does to an individual is it allows them to be in a continued state of passivity. And another factor, except these public and crowd, that allows individual to get absorbed in a phantom is the society dominated by mass media. Now we see there are various social media platforms: Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and many others. And no doubt with the rise of these media, the world is getting narrower and smoother day by day. But the constant connection and connectivity and the digital distraction is disintegrating individuals attention, and it is decreasing their competence for self reflection. Keeping up with the trend, immediate publicity, 24-hour news, etc., has somewhere suppressed the individual's need for self expression. They do not feel the need to struggle for creative expression. And this 24-hour news has led us to the state of confusion between the real and the fake news. That constant bombardment of information from all of us has made us somewhere passive. And when it comes to this rise of technologies and all of this, other thing that is to be noted is that Kierkegaard says it is an age of publicity and advertisement. Even after 2 centuries, I think this is very much relevant till date. This is an age of publicity and advertisement, because everybody is creating every possible shortcuts to gain likes and followers, and and likes and followers for they are getting fixated over something that does not mean anything at all when it comes to knowing the worth of life. So this is what I think social media, and also keeping up with the trend is very dreadful in a sense, because it costs us the loss of individuality, and it does not it encourages superficial self presentation, because it leaves every member of the crowd becoming an imitator, a follower, and everybody knows what to follow, nobody knows who's leading. And modern society prioritizes conformity and social acceptance and external parameters of success over internal values and authenticity. And we as a generation is ignoring the fact that the real potential these media have is to conceal the other possibilities of an individual, because it always provides us with easier and convenient way to attain our goals. And uh, mm, uh, and also this with the modernization, I think people are becoming third party observer, and I think the time demands shift from being a third party observer to a detached observer, which includes the special attention to the method, which is obviously as suggested by Kierkegaard is an act of inwardness. And this is what Kierkegaard wants all of us to reflect upon. And his the diagnosis of modernity is there constantly as a constant reminder for us to be aware, for we can easily lose ourselves if we are not aware into the crowd. So and the crisis on the part of individual, as far as it is concerned, the a crisis of an individual demands an act of inwardness, because now it is time for all of us to dive deep into our realities, to know what's worth the life, and to broaden our boundaries of awareness, and to act for what is right, by not being slave to any procedures or any established order, with a sense of personal responsibility. And yeah, one can either create their own path or one can join the crowd. It all depends upon the individual himself and by the choices he or she makes. That's all for my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddhi, for your nice presentation.
Yeah.
There are some questions.
So
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, please, sir.
It's a very good presentation, and you are so, in fact, very impressive presentation. I liked it. The way you tried to pursue the philosophical tenets of Kierkegaard up to the challenges which in social media people are facing, that kind of a thing. So have you noticed one of the major challenges which people are facing today is from AI, artificial intelligence?
Yes, sir.
So it's good in a way that it can create calculation, management, transformation of knowledge, information, and everything, yeah? But also, it creates a sense of dominance global dominance, by the US and the China. They are creating kind of a dominance. And there is something internally lacking within AI, that is, it cannot produce a poet, a philosopher. Creative thinking is missing. Creativity is tremendously missing. And this is what Kierkegaard was looking at. Let not the creativity be suppressed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this creative dimension of it, if it can be explored and added to some way, that would be very nice. But I like the kind of presentation you have.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Okay, in that case, we thank and congratulate Siddhi for an excellent presentation. Now we'll move on to the next paper to be presented by Ashlyn Shara George. Ashlyn, you are there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Greetings to one and all. Myself, Ashlyn Sara. I'm a research scholar at Madras Christian College, Chennai. And today, just a moment. Just a moment. Let me share my. Oh, sorry for the delay. So I'm facing some technical issues. Can you give me just a second?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Click present now. Present now.
Yeah, but I'm actually just a moment. Sir, can you just move on to the next presentation?
Okay, no
That's
problem.
possible? Yes, sir. Thank you.
You can present it later.
Yes, I'll rectify it and present it after
Make
this.
it ready, and then we'll call you.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Pintu Das is there? Pintu?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Please,
I'm here.
Pintu.
Okay. First of all, good evening, all of you. Today, the title of my paper is Critical Thinking in Bringing Societal Change, a Philosophical Quest. Philosophy, being love of knowledge, shows in a critical way how to overcome from the veil of dogmas and thereby to walk on the path of wisdom, the highest form of knowledge. Here, the expression "a critical way" refers, in the one hand, some basic rational thinking, and on the other hand, some cognitive attitude which creates social awareness. Though rational thinking is the basis of metaphysical, ethical, legal, and epistemological pursuits, the point is this: how critical thinking, which is involved in philosophy, can play an important role to bring the movements in society for changing the social norms when sociology itself emerged as a separate branch of philosophy as like as psychology. In fact, this type of question is very serious in the sense that it is concerned with the survival of philosophy itself. However, when darshana, from Indian perspective, aims at self-realization and thereby to get eternal peace, one may ask a simple question: is it possible for philosophy or darshana to make a chaosless society? In order to find out the answer of the above mentioned question, let us pursue how the expression "a critical thinking" is used in philosophy. Because philosophy has been concerned with questioning, assumption, critically examining, and thereby seeking truth. In order to bring social changes and challenges, these pursuits are to be extended beyond individuality. But the question is, In what way? One of the possible way may be started in question for justice and equality. Philosophers from Plato to John Rawls and Amartya Sen and many more have questioned on this issue, as philosophy plays a vital role. First of all, in promoting critical thinking skill through which a citizen could be awarded about his duties as a citizen along with the civic engagements. And secondly, to promote intellectual autonomy and independent thoughts through rigorous analysis, logical reasoning, and the evaluation of evidence. It is a fact that social challenges could be resolved if and only if an individual transcended himself. Naturally, the question comes, how does critical thinking is engaged in individual transcendence? Actually, critical thinking is indispensable for transforming I to we in various spheres of life, such as education, leadership, and thereby to meet social challenges and ultimately bringing social changes. By fostering empathy, collaboration, and inclusivity, critical thinking enables individuals to transcend from self interest to work for common good. The transition from individualistic thinking to a collective mindset is essential for addressing complex societal challenges and fostering harmony within communities. While individual autonomy and self expression are valued in modern society, they must be balanced with a sense of collective responsibility and interconnectedness. Critical thinking serves as a catalyst for this transformation by encouraging individuals to question assumptions, consider diverse perspectives, and engage in reasoned dialogue. Being navigated in an increasingly complex and interconnected world, cultivating critical thinking skills is more important than ever for building resilient communities and promoting a more just and equitable society, because critical thinking plays at the societal level a crucial role in promoting social changes and addressing systematic injustices. Movements for equality, justice, and human rights rely on critical thinking to challenge prevailing norms, questioning power structures, and mobilize collective action. Though grassroots organizers, activists, advocates, and so on have been using critical thinking in general, the philosophers are to regulate the direction of critical thinking, in particular by analyzing social problems, developing strategies, by building harmony amongst diverse communities, by engaging in critical dialogue or critical creating grassroots movements on the road of empathy, solidarity, resilience in the face of adversity. Now, this paper will focus to depict the role of critical thinking as a social responsibility from the philosophical perspective. From a historical perspective, the critical thinking movement is deeply rooted in the tradition of Western philosophy. Researchers most often portray Socrates as the father figure of who discovered that people could not rationally justify their confident claims to knowledge, and who developed a method of probing questioning by which any given belief or opinion can and should be examined. Although Socrates' primary motivation was ethical, but his inquiry always resolved around the questions of the right way of living and the means to achieve it. The term critical, criticism, and critic all comes from the ancient Greek word kritikos, meaning able to judge, distinguish, or choose. In modern English, critic is somebody whose job is to create evaluative judgments. Now, actually, critical thinking is a movement in the middle of the 20th century philosophy, and the philosophical approaches of critical thinking I have showed in my paper in three layers. One of these, from formal to informal logic. From its inception, the critical thinking educational movement was tied up with the informal logic. Following Johnson, claims that the two are not identical. The kernel of the connection lies of the motivation behind the developing of informal logic, namely establishing ways to understand, evaluate, and construct arguments that appear and function in real life language and situation. Thus, in contrast to formal logic, which is based on technical and symbolic language and focuses on deductive reasoning in an abstract and sterile environment, critical thinking as a pedagogical movement aims to develop these informal logic skills in all people, not just experts, in all pragmatic contexts of their shared lives. And secondly, from cognition to character. In a seminal article following Robert Ennis, founding father of the critical thinking movement, defined critical thinking as a correct assessing of statements. But he adopted a new definition which has been widely accepted and used ever since. Critical thinking is reflective and reasonable thinking that is focused on deciding what to believe or what to do. And thirdly, I followed the next level from thought to action. Suppose that the government of some country announced that undertake the various economic reform. From thought to action, actually, philosophy in the ancient era, if you say, it deals with it only the cognition or the theoretical approaches. But in broader sense, the 20th century philosophers like the American pragmatists, those who developed their philosophical thinking from thought to cognition, from cognition to a pragmatic approach that has a practical applicability of cognition. That the critical thinking needs to nurture within the individual. It is a warm issue nowadays for addressing social changes. So that's why we have to nurture, we have to cultivate ourselves as a disposition. Critical thinking is treated to be disposition, and that has to be cultivated in each and every persons in the universe right now in the present world or present situation. And thirdly, critical thinking, what's the role of critical thinking in that societal change from individuality to collectivity? Actually, in contemporary societies, the balance between individual rights and collective welfare is a constant theme of debate. While individuality emphasizes personal autonomy and self-expression, collectivity underscores the importance of community cohesion and shared responsibility. Critical thinking serves as a catalyst for navigating this tension and driving societal change toward a more collective consciousness. There is a multifaceted role of critical thinking in challenging prevailing individualistic norms, recognizing systematic injustices, and advocating for social change that prioritizes the common good over individual interest. Critical thinking entails the ability to analyze, evaluate, and synthesize information in a systematic and reflective manner. It involves questioning assumption, recognizing biases, and applying logical reasoning to form informed judgments. In the context of societal change, critical thinking empowers individuals to challenge established norms and envision alternative futures that is grounded in collective well-being. Individualism, which is emphasis on personal success and autonomy, often perpetuates inequalities and social fragmentation. Critical thinking encourages individuals to question the underlying assumptions of individualism and explore its implication for social cohesion. By examining historical movements like the civil rights movement or feminist activism, we see how critical thinking fuels dissent and challenges the status quo, paving the way for more inclusive and equitable societies. But there's a challenges and limitation of critical thinking. Despite its transformative potential, critical thinking faces challenges and limitation in bringing about social change. Misinformation, cognitive biases, and ideological polarization can hinder the critical thinking inquiry and perpetuate divisions within society. Moreover, resistance to collective action and fear of change may pose barriers to implementing critical thinking interventions at scale. Overcoming these challenges requires ongoing efforts to promote media literacy,
Pinto, please conclude.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pinto. For Sir R.P. Singh, sir.
Just a very, very quick observation about it. It's a good topic, good theme you have chosen, Mr. Pintu Das, critical thinking. But there are certain terms which are still missing into it. Somewhere you said that darshana means search for spirituality and all that. You see, darshana basically means seeing and showing. Drishya
Yes.
is the root word, which means you can see it and you can show it. You can show it with pramanas, with certain evidences. But even seeing also involves that you have some kind of, skepticism in the beginning. Sansaya. Sansaya is there, skepticism is there. And then you have iksha, viksha, pariksha. Then you have various kinds of argumentations like Bad, Jalp, Vitanda, various ways that Shravan, Manan, Nididhyasana. So in Indian tradition, you have got very rich formulation of critical thinking. Just explore it. Of course, it is there in the West also. But then in the West, it becomes, some kind of, different way that it developed itself within ancient Greek philosophy, in modernity, and also beyond modernity, whatsoever it is there. There is one fascinating text, Vasi Harsha, Khandana Khadya, very good about critical thinking. And in Buddhism also it has been used very profoundly. The logicians, particularly, they have used it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh Ji, and then Mr. Pintu Das. Now we'll move on to the next paper. Udav Sureka is there?
Yes, sir.
Please. Next, Aslin will come to next. Ready? You are ready?
Yes, sir. I'm just sharing my slide.
Yeah, please.
A very good evening to all. I am Uddhav Sureka, research scholar at Department of Philosophy, CSJM University, Kanpur. And the title of my paper is Sannyasa in Shankar Vedanta and the question of social responsibility. Essentially, asceticism or monkhood in Shankar Vedanta and the question of social responsibility. So, as we know that according to Shankar, liberation cannot be attained by any action. It can only be attained by self-knowledge, which is Atma-Gyan. So therefore, he believed that to attain liberation, one must renounce all actions, sarva karma sannyas, and devote oneself completely to self-knowledge. So this is the idea that I have taken up because it kind of relates to the discussion today about whether philosophy or the commitment to knowledge, is enough, or should it have any social responsibility. So that is the idea here. So Shankar basically cites numerous scriptural statements to support his view, and I have quoted some of them in my paper. And he says that renunciation of all actions alone is the chief and direct means of attaining the world of self. From a logical perspective, Shankar argues that actions are fundamentally opposed to self-knowledge because actions presuppose a divided view of the world, whereas the reality is that all is one Brahman. So he says that the opposition between knowledge and action is unshakable like a mountain. So he believes that because actions and knowledge, the knowledge of Brahman in particular, cannot coexist, therefore one must give up all actions, all engagement from society, and devote oneself to the pursuit of self-knowledge. He believes in the Vedic concept of asceticism, which is about complete disconnection from society and remaining absorbed in the truth. He speaks of the Paramhansa Parivrajaka, who is detached from the affairs of the world and wanders the earth absorbed in Brahman. The only social role of an ascetic that Shankar speaks about and the Vedic tradition in general speaks about is that of teaching, which is imparting self-knowledge. The ascetic is a guru. So this view of Shankar invites a lot of criticism, especially from modern scholars, and they raise a lot of questions about its ethical implications and the place of social responsibility in Shankar Vedanta. So they say that it is better to solve social problems and actively contribute to society than to be lost in the search of an abstract truth. For Shankar, the world is an appearance, but scholars argue that this is a denial of the world's problems, not a solution. They term Shankar's views escapist and pessimistic, and on the basis of these views, they deem Shankar's philosophy indifferent to ethics in its final movement. So I have quoted some of these criticisms in my paper. I'll move on to the defense which I'm presenting today. I'm basically defending Shankar's view today. So Shankar has no doubt that asceticism and this pursuit of self-knowledge is completely ethical, because for him the primary standard of ethics is the scripture, the Shruti and the Smriti, and since the scripture permits it, therefore it is completely ethical for Shankar. He explains that Vedic dharma is divided into two parts, pravritti dharma and nivritti dharma. Pravritti dharma applies to the life of a householder who performs various duties towards his family and towards society for the attainment of abhyudaya, the worldly attainments. And when one has fulfilled one's duties, or when one is detached from the world, one can commit oneself to the pursuit of self-knowledge, and that is when one adopts asceticism, and that is when the nivritti dharma applies, and which is for the pursuit of nishreyas, the supreme good. So this is basically the understanding of ethics or dharma according to Shankar, which he has mentioned in his Bhagavad Gita Bhashya. And in general, if we look at the ascetic, or specifically the self-realized, the enlightened ascetic, he is considered to be the embodiment of all virtues, the embodiment of all goodness. He is regarded as a saint of the highest order and worshipped equal to God in our tradition. He is supposed to have overcome all evils, and all his actions are virtuous. And in the view of Vedanta, being good means being egoless. And this can only be achieved when one has realized one's truth, which is beyond ego, when one has gone beyond duality and realized that supreme oneness of all beings. So in that respect, we can say that this asceticism is not socially irresponsible or not unethical. However, many scholars still wonder if this can be considered good in the true sense or moral in the true sense, this solitary pursuit of an abstract truth away from society. So I have again quoted some scholars here, like John Mackenzie asks, can we have a true morality that is not social? Even from our own tradition, Tagore questions such asceticism, and he calls it cowardice, and he says that to run away from God's creation in search of God will be fruitless. And some scholars believe that this would be selfish, to only pursue one's own liberation and forget about others. Now, again, in defense, what we say is that Vedic dharma is conceived in a manner that the good of an individual as well as of society is taken care of. Because if we look at the ashram vyavastha, first, as a householder, one fulfills one's duties towards society when he performs purta karma specifically, and then one moves on to the pursuit of knowledge. Once one has attained knowledge, one imparts it to others, and in doing so, one makes the most important contribution to society in the form of that knowledge. Because the Vedic tradition believes that by knowledge alone does the threefold suffering come to a permanent end, and not by any other means. So this is the greatest contribution to society, because it will take away the suffering of people. And it is important to recognize its value, especially in the modern times when there is a dearth of spiritual wisdom. Again, there is criticism or questions raised by scholars who say that it is important that the self-realized individual remains actively involved in society and actively tries to solve social problems, because his actions will be far superior to ordinary actions, and his actions will set an example for others to follow. In response, it can be said that while social problems can be resolved by spiritually evolved householders, self-knowledge can be imparted only by the enlightened ascetic and not by anybody else. And therefore, it is only right for them to have no other social role than that of a guru. And in terms of social contribution, they also contribute in the form of literary compositions and philosophical ideas, and we have to recognize the value of that as well. So I have mentioned Goswami Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas, Surdas's Sursagar, and of course Shankara's numerous works, which are invaluable. And again, I have cited one conversation from the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, wherein a visitor asks Sri Ramakrishna about asceticism, and Sri Ramakrishna says, "How dare you talk of helping the world? The Lord will look to that. You have not the power in you to do it." And he basically questions that how many people can you possibly help? So you first devote yourself to finding God. Perhaps what he is trying to suggest is that it is unfair to compare social contribution or active social contribution to the pursuit of God or the pursuit of self-knowledge. The two, both of them have their own importance, and they cannot be compared as superior or inferior to each other. Then I have mentioned the names of many great ascetics of our Indian tradition who remained absorbed in the truth, like Ramana Maharishi, Mirabai, Surdas, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and they directed people and guided people towards that abstract truth, towards God, and we still remember them for that contribution. And it's not that these ascetics don't help people, they are an ocean of compassion, as Shankar himself says in Vivek Chudamani. He is an ocean of compassion without a cause, friend of the good people who take his refuge. However, it is not necessary for them to actively resolve societal issues, nor can they help anyone in material terms, because they do not possess any material resources as such. They help with their wisdom, which is the cure of all evils, personal and social. As in the beginning of today's session, one of the senior professors said that the Vedantic vision gives us the ideal of oneness, which is really the essence of all morality. The life of an ascetic sets an example of detachment and spirituality for all others. So which turned Prince Siddhartha into Gautam Buddha when he saw the sannyasi. And I'll just conclude by saying, by quoting Sri Ramakrishna here, who said that worldly people learn renunciation by seeing the complete renunciation of a monk. Otherwise, they think more and more a sannyasi is a world teacher. So the implication of this to today's discussion, in my humble opinion, is that a lot of times we question the social relevance of philosophy as a discipline. Because like Shankar's ascetic, a philosopher too, in a sense, renounces the world and commits himself to the pursuit of knowledge. Like Sir mentioned, logic and mathematics and these kinds of disciplines are very abstract, and metaphysics, they are a little bit far removed from the world. But he's often asked to justify his relevance to society by providing practical solutions to social problems. And solitary contemplation, philosophizing is condemned as armchair philosophy. However, what my personal view is that commitment to knowledge has a value of its own, and this needs to be appreciated. It is not necessary for every philosopher to be a practical philosopher. Being engaged in philosophical contemplation, education, and research is itself an invaluable contribution to society.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Uddhavji, for your presentation. Professor R.P. Singh, sir, would you like to say something?
No, sir, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Ashlin, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Yeah, just a moment, sir. Yes, I hope my presentation is visible.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, sir. So greetings to one and all. Today I'll be presenting on philosophy's social responsibility in advancing quality education with respect to SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4, through Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy. So, yeah. So just moving on to an introduction of my topic, we know that education has a huge role in carving out a responsible and equitable society. It influences a person's holistic development, whether it is physical, mental, social, cultural, spiritual, and intellectual. And the objective of education is not merely to acquire academic knowledge, but to develop all the elements of a person like this, as mentioned. So in an era marked by global challenges and opportunities, the pursuit of quality education that emerges as a fundamental pillar for societal advancement and sustainable development. And the world is collectively striving to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4, or the Sustainable Development Goals in general. So the Sustainable Development Goal 4 states to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, which I will be explaining in my further presentation. So philosophy, with its profound reflection on the nature of knowledge, ethics, and society, it bears significant responsibility in shaping the discourse and practice of education. So at the heart of this responsibility lies Paulo Freire's concept of critical pedagogy, which is a transformative educational approach that is grounded in the principles of equity, empowerment, and social justice. His works not only challenges the traditional notions of education, but it also offers a visionary framework for realizing the goals of SDG 4. By critically examining these intersections of philosophy, education, and societal responsibility, my paper seeks to elucidate the transformative potential of philosophy, particularly through the lens of critical pedagogy. So, yeah, now these are the content of my paper, of my presentation. I'll just move forward. Yeah, so the first one. Understanding philosophy's social responsibility in education. So philosophy, it holds a social responsibility in advancing education in a society, and it is not by this, it does not mean merely transmitting knowledge, but it is also mean to equip for the holistic development of an individual by fostering critical thinking and perception. It provides a conceptual framework for the education that enables the educators as well as the students to address philosophical questions like the purpose of education, what to be educated, how to educate, the role of teachers, role of learners, and how education can contribute to the development of a society. Philosophy and education, these both are interrelated and interdependent to each other. Philosophy needs education to transfer and translate its fundamental principles, values, and beliefs to the generations, and education needs philosophy as its guiding set of principles that leads its way for its appropriate implication. While philosophy sets the goal and creates a good life among the individual, education finds out a way by which this goal of a human being can be fulfilled. And when philosophy deals with the end, education deals with some techniques to achieve those end and answers all the ultimate questions of education. Philosophy has a social responsibility in advancing quality education in a society and propagates the themes of equality, accessibility, and inclusivity. We know that one of the major problems that a society faces is the unequal distribution of education to its people. We know that there are still huge sections of a society where education has not reached to its full extent or at all, nothing. Philosophy tackles this problem by instilling in the minds of the students or the people a sense of questioning, a sense of debating about knowledge, power, and social hierarchies, through which educators can identify and annihilate the social biases that is sustains inequality and exclusion, and it thus empowers them to critically evaluate these issues and vouch for social justice. A society, we know that a society is filled with myriad cultures, an n number of cultures and diversities. To enable an inclusive environment for education where these diversities are appreciated and respected, philosophy takes a toll in enabling the educators to emphasize on the principles of value, justice, and mutual respect to one another. Philosophy and thus plays a crucial role in guiding and giving directions to these educational theories and practices. We know that these are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the year 2050. The United Nations created these 17 Sustainable Development Goals aimed at the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we'll be focusing on SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This theme or this goal can accelerate the progress and aid in the achievement of all of the other SDGs. It aims at quality education by assuring that inclusive and equitable quality education will be given to all. By quality education, it means the adequate and affordable resources that will be given for the equal accessibility of education to all. SDG 4 gives greater importance to the term equality and believes that no person should be left behind. It mentions various typically marginalized groups that should enjoy equal access or treatment, which is girls and women, persons with disabilities, indigenous persons, children in vulnerable situations, and many other goals and many other groups are there which SDG 4 focuses. So I'll just leave it there. There are many goals that SDG 4 aims at, which vouches that by 2030, an increase in the supply of qualified teachers, especially in the least developed countries and small island developing states, will be achieved. So moving on to my next topic, which is Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy. So Paulo Freire is recognized as one of the first to adopt a critical theory approach, which is critical pedagogy to education. So Freire, he saw education as a way to transform oppressive structures, and his goal was to eradicate illiteracy among people from previously colonized countries and continents. This this concept was later popularized among the whole world. His pedagogy was in opposition to the custom where the teacher is a mere lecturer and the students are containers that need to be filled in by the teacher. He called it the banking model, as mentioned in the picture. He called it the banking model, where the student's consciousness was considered a bank in which the teacher deposits knowledge. And he identified that such kind of an education reduced the students to mere objects, which the teacher can manipulate at their own will. This method of teaching was very oppressive and authoritative, which Freire wanted to replace. So according to him, the purpose of education should not be to deposit information for future use, but to humanize individuals. That is a cultural tool for the liberation from oppression. So he created critical pedagogy, where the teacher doesn't teach, but is learning while in dialogue with the students, and the students learn while teaching, vice versa. Here, the actions of the students are not limited to just receiving, sorting, or storing the teacher's banking deposits, but to recognize the reality and to act on that recognition, which merely means a critical consciousness. So he was in the view that teaching must begin with solving the teacher-student contradiction, so that both parts are both teachers and students at the same time. In critical pedagogy, and the purpose of teaching is to support the student's critical sense, the critical consciousness, or the critical awareness of the learner. So critical consciousness is that ability of a student or an individual to critically understand the cause of social, political, and economic oppression and to take action against them. Learners should think critically about the things they read, see, and hear, and they can identify inequality or injustice that is prevalent in the society. A learner with critical consciousness can frame questions around issues and look for possible answers because they have a language that asks, is this fair? Was that action just? Was there equality? And so on. So Freire encouraged such active inquiry and curiosity-led participation. He also believed that by preventing active inquiry in classrooms, you deny the learners the opportunities for growing up into mature, autonomous people who critically reflect on their world to make it a better place. So moving on to the main topic, applying Freire's critical pedagogy to SDG 4 to advance quality education. So Paulo Freire's concept of critical pedagogy, it stands in close alliance with the SDG 4 of the United Nations. The former emphasizes, the first one, critical pedagogy, it emphasizes the role of education in empowering marginalized groups and challenging oppressive structures. And the latter, which is SDG 4, it ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. In both the theories, one thing that is common or one thing that connects mutually is to promote quality education. The achievement of SDG 4 to advance quality education require a different pedagogical approach other than the traditional or conventional methods of teaching. Critical pedagogy is one such pedagogical approach that will act as a catalyst or a promoter in the quicker attainment of SDG 4 of quality education. So this kind of pedagogy, it carves out citizens who are socially responsible and critically conscious or aware. Critical pedagogy is democratic in nature and it condemns the idea of oppression, where one thinks they are superior to the other person. And to achieve a genuine transformation, pedagogical approaches like critical pedagogy must be implemented that promotes equality and inclusivity. So critical pedagogy, it vouches for it prioritizes the upliftment of oppressed and marginalized group of the society by engaging the learners in critical questioning, and it vouches for a human approach towards the problem of inequalities and discrimination. And similarly, SDG 4 of quality education, it is inspired by a humanistic vision of education and development based on human rights and dignity, social justice, inclusion, protection, and cultural, linguistic, and ethnic diversity. It also promotes the idea that education is a basic human right and should be easily accessible by all, irrespective of their caste, irrespective of gender, race, country, or any other such diversities. Also, many global issues like gender disparities, racism, caste issues, climate change, everything which is explained in SDG 4 can be better addressed and tackled through the critical examination, right? Critical examination, as Freire proposes. And poverty eradication is another concept that is promoted by SDG 4. It strongly holds that through providing quality education, poverty, which is one of the worst situation that a human being can ever get into, can be completely eradicated, thereby turning a society or a nation into an economically stable one. Education helps people to get out of poverty by helping them to achieve a decent job and wages. So the Freirean concept also strongly holds that education can tackle poverty eradication and bring up the poor sections of the society. We know that normally in a society, the poor section of people are considered as passive or powerless, and critical pedagogy stands against this concept by empowering the people to critically examine the unjust and conventional practices. It instills in the people a sense of critical consciousness to wake up from their passive nature and address these issues to work against poverty and empower the poor. So concluding my presentation, we can understand that in these ways, through these ways, the concept of critical pedagogy closely aligns with the principles propagated in the SDG 4 of quality education. So this Freirean concept challenges the traditional method of teaching. Yeah, I'll be stopping now as I have crossed my time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashlyn.
Yes, sir.
May I just?
Yeah, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's a good theme you have chosen, Ashin.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you.
you have also articulated the various aspects of it.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the eventualities which you have to take care of, because right from its conception, 2020, there was a pandemic which created, and it got postponed for 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there is a wars going on, and they have promised that 6% of the GDP will be invested on education.
Yes, sir.
So, these are the logistical and also the methodological aspects of critical pedagogy. As a pedagogue, that it's a methodological aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
But then you have the logistical dimension of it also. Requires the training of the teachers, the infrastructure, and I remember the kind of some of the issues which in NEP 2020 they have taken up. In the US, it has been there for the more than 25 years back. They are introduced in Europe also.
Okay.
So that means they are 25 years ahead of us.
Yes,
How
sir.
can you create a global citizen? So you are ambitious, no doubt about it.
Yes, sir.
But then you have to see those challenges which are very realistic. So war, pandemic, and other social crisis, economic crisis, environmental crisis. So many issues have to be taken up. And this is not to discourage you, but to have a kind of broad vision of the societal impact.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Societal challenges, because after all you have to do it in the society only. The institutions are there and everything else is there. So please take into account the challenges which are going to come.
Sure, sir. Sure.
And those are very realistic challenges, and some are from our own country, some are from nowhere. Nobody is taking the responsibility that corona came from where. So it is from nowhere, but it is for everyone. Everybody is in the same boat. And likewise, the war is also there, which is impacting the economic dimension of it. And we are all, in a global world, in a way, very much connected. So education has to elevate itself to the global level, no doubt. Global universities are also coming up, and that will create a new challenge. What will be the terms and conditions of it, and how can our students cope up to that situation? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
very
Okay.
many challenges. So I think that you should devote a little more time on what are the realistic challenges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
which can create a big problem for implementation of everything which is there in the ADP 2020.
Okay,
Of
sir.
course, we have scrapped MPhil, PhD is there, and then at the MA level also there are modifications. So in Delhi University, I was there that 4 years MA they have introduced, they have prepared the syllabus, and 1 year, 4 years graduation, then graduation also at the certificate level, diploma level, and there are 3 stages, 4 stages. Then you have the MA kind of program. So it requires a restructuring. So more emphasis should be given on the undergraduate level. Like in the medical colleges, you have MBBS, or
Yes,
in
sir.
the IITs, you have BTech. That is more intense. And then like MS and MTech are very brief ones. They don't emphasize much about it. So that vision they have taken, but Europe is much ahead of it. How are we going to create global citizens? One of the promising note Kasturi Rangan has it. He was the chancellor of my university that time. So we had a open debate. Semester system was introduced because of this reason only. That in JNU it has been very successfully done. And cumulative evaluation pattern. Earlier they used to have evaluation towards the end, also towards the end of 2 years, board exams and all that. That is all nonsense. So it has been scrapped. So thank you, Ashwin.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insight, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll move on to next paper. Biju,
Yes.
you are there? Yeah, please,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Let me
Please.
share my screen.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible, sir? Hello?
Yeah. Please.
Visible?
Yeah, visible.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. The topic of my presentation is to be epistemically responsible is equal to be socially responsible. I am Baiju P. Anthony from BITS Pilani. Now, the outline of today's presentation is as follows. We have an introduction. Immediately after, we get into a quick literature review. Afterwards, we get into the methodology and objectives, and we present the idea of epistemic responsibility, which will be followed by 6 different notions with which the idea of epistemic responsibility is associated with: self, society, space, sex, sphere, and social justice. We will then get into conclusion and the references. We know philosophical concepts have guided social responsibility. For example, in the ancient Greek world, the idea of dikaisine, justice, has guided personal freedom and at the same time social responsibility. It asks the individuals to uphold consistency in their actions, and at the same time it brought out collective awareness. In India, the idea of Purusharthas represented the fundamental values that guided individuals towards a meaningful existence in society. In that way, philosophical concepts in the history have been guiding social responsibility. I would like to introduce, in this regard, the idea of epistemic responsibility, which has got significance in individual intellectual pursuits towards the duties of the society. The idea of epistemic responsibility presents societal obligations inherent in philosophical inquiry, and at the same time, philosophy's significance extends beyond the intellectual pursuits, and it has got an overall view towards society. The methodology and the objectives are analytical and philosophical methodology. And the 2 objectives that I would like to inquire into are: what exactly constitutes the philosophical concept of epistemic responsibility, and in what manner does it intersect with and bolster social responsibility? When we come to the review of literature, way back in 1970s, epistemologies like Sosa, Bonjour, Conblyth, and Papinu have spoken about epistemic responsibility, but their symbol orientation was on the idea of justification. What is the position to know? What are the adequate evidences to be attained? How do we gather evidences? What are the observational practices that are to be kept in mind? These were their consideration. And in the present time, when Lamy addresses epistemic responsibility, he speaks about the virtues that are necessary to handle epistemic issues. Fleischer and Selja ask for evaluative framework with which we manifest epistemic responsibility. Feminist philosopher on whom the entire presentation is dependent on, in her 1997 work on epistemic responsibility, speaks about epistemic responsibility in manifold manner. And her 35 years of academic scholarship has presented an evolving nature of epistemic responsibility, which I believe speaks about social responsibility of a philosopher. And that can be presented in this manner. Epistemic responsibility, according to her, is the ethical obligation to know well, and it has got epistemic and at the same time ethical components. And every human being has the responsibility to know well. Knowledge claims are implemented through careful investigation and practices through which knowers engage. And it is about assessing and understanding and engaging with issues in knowledge producing activities. It has an orientation towards the world, and it promotes intellectual flourishing and critical thinking. As I said, her 35 years of academic scholarship has presented an evolving notions of epistemic responsibility. And I would like to present them in 6 different captions, which begins with S: self, society, space, sex, sphere, and social justice. Let me get into the first one. First one, epistemic responsibility related with self. Philosophical concept of self speaks about the unique existence of the individual. Human beings are free to structure knowledge, and every human being has got different possibilities, manifold ways of framing knowledge. Therefore, neglecting the knower is incomplete in philosophy. Similarly, character of the agent is also important for epistemic responsibility. Individual behavior can be evaluated, and moral integrity of the person has influence in the society and on others. Now, when we deal with the epistemic responsibility and self, Code recommends the practice of realism. A person who practices the practice of realism will have the commitment to look at the varied possibilities before the subject in the realist manner, not in a fancy manner. When you approach things in a realist manner, it helps us to give best explanation. The second concept is regarding epistemic responsibilities association with the society. We know that society plays a crucial role in the emergence of human life. Human knower comes to be a knower in the gradual process of interaction with other knowers in a society. An epistemic community gets enlarged and created through the reception and transmission of knowledge. And through that continual exchange and reception of knowledge, society grows up. Here, the philosophical practice that is recommended by Code is the practice of testimony. By practicing testimony, what is being asserted is that knower cannot be an isolated being, and testimonial communication promotes epistemic interaction. And the third relationship of epistemic responsibility is in relationship with space. Code conceptualizes space as the spatial framework within which communicative events unfold. And what are spaces? They are social and material arrangements. And we need to identify the positionality of speakers, which influences the spaces. Space have the Spaces have to foster inclusivity and openness so that every participant get an opportunity to be heard here. And here, code proposes the practices of imaginatives and why these practices of imaginatives are necessary and what are they. First imaginative practices is responsible imagination, through which one brackets the assumptions that are there in the society. Imaginative's attentiveness looks into the power dynamics that plays in the society, and moral imagination expresses empathetic attitude towards people over the space. The next element is epistemic responsibility and sex. Sex here stands for the gender relationship. The sex of the knower is epistemically significant because the traditional epistemology removed women from objectivity. Objectivity should have been a value neutral element, but removing women from the perspective of objectivity, traditional philosophers label them emotional and subjective, and they were excluded from the category of knowers. A large chunk of people were removed from the perspective of knowledge. That was a biased labeling, and it made a big tragedy in the history. Now, what code proposes is we need to redo with the objectivity practices over here. Objectivity practices has to be relooked so that those elements that silence the minority, those elements that fosters intolerance, those elements that fosters and promote a dominance in the society can be controlled. The next one is epistemic responsibility sphere. With sphere, what is meant over here is environmental elements. So through epistemic responsibility, it aims at producing habitats in which people can live together well in a respectful manner. And habitat make proper epistemic engagements in the material realm. And it looks for cohabitability, where it affirms the idea of interconnectedness of human being. And what is the practice necessary over here is the practice of critiquing the social imaginary. There are different imaginary, maybe maybe due to religion, maybe due to class and caste, which stops cohabitability of human being on the face of the earth. And that has to be redone by critiquing social imaginary and at the same time instituting new social imaginaries that will help us to live together well, that will help us to promote cohabitability. The last one is epistemic responsibility in relation with the social justice. According to code, care informs and enables good knowing. Of social justice always aspired to foster a society in terms of fairness and equality. And when we look into the lives of the vulnerable, when we look into the lives of those subjectivities who needs our care, our knowledge get enlarged. And when we look into the lives of those people who require our care, those people who are vulnerable, the practice that is to be promoted over there is the practice of advocacy. Practice of advocacy involves those methods that will influence socio-political structures, that will stand for the liberation of the vulnerable. In that way, epistemic responsibility look for social justice through caring practices. Now, when we get into the concluding remarks, we want to assert once again, philosophical concepts have a great role in promoting social responsibility. When we look into the very concept of responsibility, initially it was merely centered around the idea of justification, which was a core theme of epistemology. Whereas with the code, that get into evolving nature, which makes philosophy more socially responsible. A good knower is a person who attains the truth by using the realist principle. A good knower is not an isolated individual. He is a person who is constantly interacting within the society. A good knower always brackets the assumptions which are negative. He is or she is sensitive to the specificities of the society and very empathetic. And at the same time, the knower interrogates by using the aspect of, by using the idea of epistemic responsibility, interrogates the social structure in order to destabilize those pretensions, those elements of power, so that she can intervene in caring activities that bring about justice. These are some of the references, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaiju, for your very nice presentation. Now we'll move on to the next paper.
No, just a little comment.
Please, sir, please.
One point I would like to raise. It's very good indeed, very good presentation and very well articulated. And one thing we have to point out very clearly here, that epistemic responsibility is basically a constitutive act. In itself, it doesn't have that value. It is oriented towards certain value, which you have said about social justice, freedom, and and all that stuff which is there. So the constitutive structure is something which is very important one of it, and and that constitutive structure is also very flexible. Depends on what kind of goal it has visualized. At the level, because we are all in the globalized world, so it has to be thought of in that way. So I was just thinking, it is inherently it is there, but some kind of a distinctive mark can be put up, so that epistemic responsibility becomes a constitutive. It is instrumental to social justice, and which are the ideals of it. Thank you. All the
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rubina Sultana is there? Rubina? Okay, she's not there. Sumit Kokar?
Hello, sir. Yes, I am there.
Rubina,
Hello?
okay.
Please. Yes. Good evening to the distinguished professors, expertisers, organizers, and all the participants of today's seminar. My name is Rubina Sultana, a PhD research scholar in the Department of Philosophy from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Today I am going to talk about my paper, which is titled as Exploring Being with Heidegger's Ethical Inquiry into Authentic Social Responsibility. Martin Heidegger is considered a prominent character in existential philosophy, as he has transformed our comprehension of human existence by emphasizing the ontological aspect of being. Heidegger's philosophical investigations explore the fundamental inquiries about existence, compelling us to re-evaluate our connection with the universe and our position within it. At the core of Heidegger's philosophy is the idea that human life goes beyond simple observation and involves a deep connection with the fundamental nature of existence. His examination of concepts like temporality, authenticity, and the essence of existence encourages us to go on a philosophical journey that has the potential to fundamentally transform our comprehension of human nature. Heidegger's ethical inquiry into authentic social responsibility explores into the concept of authenticity and its implications for ethics. His work emphasizes the necessary structures that formally define a life as either authentic or inauthentic, rather than providing a moral guide to the good life. Heidegger's concept of design and care within the world are central to understanding his ethical framework, as care is based on being there, giving meaning to existence because it is a way of being in the world, in the relationship with oneself and with others. The concept of being with or Mitsen refers to the fundamental coexistence of human beings with one another, which significantly shapes and influences our existence. Heidegger's critique of everyday life emphasizes the widespread impact of the they-self mentality, in which people submit to cultural conventions and lose touch with their own identities. Heidegger's critique of this dominant way of existing leads us to re-evaluate our connections with others and aspire to more authentic involvement with the world. The concept of authenticity in Heidegger's thought is rooted in his philosophy of design, which refers to the human mode of being. Authenticity, in Heidegger's view, is a state of being in which an individual takes ownership of their existence and actions rather than being absorbed into the collective identity of the they. Authenticity is characterized by resoluteness, a concept that involves acknowledging one's guilt and taking responsibility for one's actions. Heidegger's account of authenticity emphasizes the importance of individuality and self awareness as opposed to conforming to societal norms and expectations. In Heidegger's philosophy, authenticity is not a permanent state of being, but rather a call for human beings to strive to take ownership of their lives, their actions, and their destiny. It is a call for self realization and self transcendence, which can be achieved through a process of self discovery and self transformation. The concept of being with calls for individuals and collectives to embrace their genuine and sincere selves and to interact with the world in an authentic manner. Authentic living encompasses more than simply existence. It involves engaging with the world in a mindful, respectful, and a deeply environmentally consciousness manner. By actively and genuinely interacting with the world, we play a role in the development and expansion of our understanding, providing an environment where individuals can come forward and express their true nature. Therefore, the concept of being with act as a tool that allows us to examine the complex network of connections that unite us with others and the world, influencing our perception of ourselves and our position in the universe. In his influential book, Being and Time, Heidegger introduced the concept of Mitsein, emphasizing the inherent interdependence of human life. He challenges traditional ideas about personal independence, highlighting the communal aspect of human existence and the resulting ethical consequences. Heidegger argues that authentic social responsibility involves recognizing our interconnectedness with others and accepting a responsibility for the overall welfare of the community. Heidegger, in his work Being and Time, highlights the importance of developing more profound and meaningful connections with people, rather than perceiving humans as separate things. This undermines traditional ideas of independence and self-reliance, proposing that authentic satisfaction and moral involvement originate from our interactions and bonds with other people. Heidegger's philosophy challenges the conventional focus on individualism, allowing for the exploration of ethical obligation in the context of interconnectivity and mutual dependence. Heidegger's ideas encourages deep contemplation and about human relationship and moral conduct. His existential perspectives motivates further exploration into the nature of social responsibility and its importance in modern society. Incorporating Heidegger's viewpoint into ongoing discussions improves our understanding of human involvement and fosters the creation of ethically sound and compassionate social structure. By embracing the concept of being with and authentically engaging with the world, individuals have the power to actively foster the growth of a just, equitable, and a socially aware society. So, in my conclusion, we can say that Heidegger's examination of being with presents a deep reassessment of our comprehension of human life and our connections with one another. By engaging authentically with the world, we actively participate in the development of the environment, establishing a space where entities can come forth and disclose their true nature. By adopting the idea of being with and authentically inhabiting the planet, people can develop significant connections and promote a more empathetic and environmental friendly society. And that is why Heidegger's philosophy encourages us to explore ourselves and actively interact with the world with the promise of transforming our perception of human existence, as he asserted that our interactions and connections with others are not merely incidental but essential to our existence as human beings. Thank you. Thank you for your focus and consideration. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I very quickly say
Yes, sir.
two things?
Yeah.
Rubina, this is
Yes,
Rubina.
yes.
Rubina.
So, very good, very important theme you have chosen up. So, have you ever thought of that? Why did Heidegger choose to philosophize in a different manner? Look, we are all in the same world, and we know that there are certain things missing in the world. Plato, Hegel, Marx, they also saw the world the same way as Heidegger saw it, and they found that there are certain things missing in the world. So they came out with a proposal that let us prepare a society in which these problems are overcome in one way or another, and whether they were successful or they have failed, that's a different issue. But this is one way of philosophizing. But look at this man, Heidegger. He is also in the same world. Nietzsche was also in the same world, but Nietzsche also did in a different manner. Foucault also did to a great extent in a different manner. So these three people, Heidegger, Nietzsche, and Foucault, they also saw the world. They found that there are certain things missing. Then they thought that why at all these things are missing in the world. So Foucault went to the archaeology aspect of it, and Nietzsche went to the Dionysian and Apollonian aspect of it. Heidegger went to the search for the being, with the pre-Socratic phase of it, where he thought that he could find the being, but unfortunately, he did not find anything, and he became a poet later on. Hölderlin was the man with whom he was, engaged about it. So then there is ontology as a being, and then there is a metaphysics with Plato, because now you are trying to understand reality with the help of epistemology, so it becomes metaphysics. The gentleman just before you, Baiju, had talked about epistemic responsibility. That will be a metaphysical quest, not the ontological quest. Ontology is what Heidegger was trying to understand in terms of being, pure being. So please just think of it, that the way he was trying to philosophize, not what he was doing it. That we can go and read Heidegger, and we can find it out what does it mean, Dasein and all that stuff. But why at all? He was engaged in a different manner compared to Hegel, Marx, and Plato, and so many other philosophers. Yeah, this is just a kind of suggestion, but it's a good issue you have taken up.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singh ji, and thank you, Rubina Sultana,
Thank
for
you, sir.
nice presentation. Now, Sumit is there. Sumit Gokar.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, please. Start. Smith, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, first of all, good evening, respected teachers and all of you. I have not prepared in my.
It's not audible.
Okay.
You are not visible also.
Yes, sir. Sir, presently I am audible.
No, Smith. Smith, you are not audible.
Sir, presently I am audible.
Hello.
I am audible now.
Sumit, you are not audible.
Okay, sir. Presently I am audible.
Yeah, now better.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, please start.
Okay, just wait, sir. Okay, good evening, respected teachers and everyone. I have not prepared in my PPT, but just I will read my paper in through the close of my camera. Okay, my topic is Buddhist philosophy, its social concerns and responsibility. Okay, just as a part of my focus of the philosophical ideas related to every people's contribution, his social responsibilities and part of duties. And this is a mentioned in Dhampada in Buddhist text. In Yamakvaga, one point is available कि this social concerns and social responsibility starting in first of all your mind. Like mind is the forerunner of all evil conditions. Mind is chief and they are mind made. If with an impure mind one speaks or acts, then pain follows one even as the will. The hoof of the ox. So different perspectives in my paper starting of as a part of overview contribution of as a part of historical role of a social contributions and till today importance of till today we have completed done our duty and not like philosophy its social concerns and responsibility is a book written by Sushan Feinberg. The book discusses the role of philosophy in addressing social issues and the responsibility of philosophers to engage with these issues. And second point is socially engaged Buddhism, term used in first time Thich Nhat Hanh. His follow social contract theory like uh, respect of and save nature and environment and ecological impacts. This is a main contribution of helping nature and continue of this my paper in philosophy. Moral responsibility is the status of morally deserving praise, blame, reward, or punishment for an act or omission in accordance with one's moral obligations. The role that possession plays in transmitting moral responsibility can be captured by means of principles of derivative responsibility. Uh, Once a man's sense of moral responsibility is destroyed, it cannot be expected that he will become either a good soldier or a useful citizen. Although hundreds of books and thousands of papers have been written on moral responsibility, it's an important point. And blame worthiness and intention, there is surprisingly little work on defining these notions formally. And again, overview as a part of historical backgrounds and continuations of beginning of these ideas. Ancient time is Buddhist and Jaina philosophy is a rich and complex subject that has been studied for centuries. H. Acharya Sushil Kumarji Maharaj and Ambassador Dr. N.P. Jain write non-violence, environment, and world peace. Peace through non-violence. It is a philosophy that emphasizes compassion, wisdom, and the interconnectedness of all things. One of the key social concerns of Buddhist philosophy is the alleviation of suffering. Buddhists believe that suffering is caused by attachment to material things and that by letting go of these attachments, one can achieve a state of enlightenment. Uh, we, uh, Previous experts are already said related to importance of enlightenment in the Bolshevik revolutions times of this is a part of the global points, global issues. This is a important role of social contributions. Until fairly recently, the bulk of philosophical work on moral responsibility was conducted in the context of debates about free will, which largely concerned the various ways that various sorts of determinism might threaten free will and moral responsibility. Freedom, responsibility, and determinism, some approaches to moral and ethics responsibility. Similarly, Michael Zimmerman argues that all culpability can be traced to culpability that involves lack of ignorance, avijja, that is that involves a belief on the agent's part that he or she is doing something morally wrong. And 1997. And second points of the personal history and manipulation. Accounts such as Neil Levy's 2011 and Galen Stoson's 1994 described in the two preceding subsections assume that the facts about the way a person came to be the way she is are relevant for determining her present responsibility. But non-historical views such as attributionism and the views that Susan Wolf calls real self theories. This contention and Buddhism, also known as Buddha Dharma and Dharma Vinaya, is an Indian religion or philosophical tradition based on teachings attributed to the Buddha. It originated in the Eastern Gangetic Plain, mentioned in 16 Mahajanpadas in primary literary source Anguttara Nikaya in Pali language. It's a part of Tripitaka Buddhist literature. It is a mention of the importance of geographical conditions around 16 Janpadas or a rise of different regional empires and contributed, like for example, in modern time and before the modern time. It's totally like as a King Ashoka, contribution is social equality, respect to animals. This is a main important contribution is like equality. And second word, Buddhist philosophy is the ancient Indian philosophical system that developed within the religio-philosophical tradition of Buddhism. It comprises all the philosophical investigations and systems of rational inquiry that developed among various schools of Buddhism in ancient India and world following the parinirvana of Gautam Buddha, century 5th century and BCE, as well as the further developments or continuations of these ideas like social contributions in medieval period in history. Medieval Baba Guru Nanak Dev Ji, first Dashmesh Sikh Guru Nanak shared his speeches based on enlightenment. Baba said there is no Hindu, there is no Muslim, unity of God. His Baba's same contribution related to Buddha and Jainism, respect of nature, walking by walk. So this is the main contributions, respect of our nature, our rivers, animals, or same concept in modern times Indian philosophy wrought by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. Already previous experts are share his related to this contributions. He views important of teaching, learning, tradition, and it against mentioned Mahatma Gandhi's philosophical ideas available in Indian national movements in 19th century through radio and cinema as a use of weapon in against the British Empire through the कह सकते कि मतलब all peoples are contributed कि like no मतलब no Hindu Muslim मतलब all are community मतलब as a part of कि concept of related to Vasudha Kutumbakam, one earth. This is a related to we all are equal and same continuations. Ki Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's background social political scenario in 19th century and Bengal, India. Tagore completely said ki where the mind is without fear, completely spirit of peace, non-violence, equality, no.
Your time is over.
Fear. Or against the previous experts have already said these points after Renaissance in global Western political thinkers, Hobbes, Locke, and the philosophers, and the ideas of enlightenment.
Your time is over.
Scientific revolution in European history, transitional phase 2, and completely recently recent central government and global contributions is related to these points. Decoding Antodaya examine Upadhyay's perspective notion of upliftment for the last person society in today universal oneness, a comparative study of Upadhyay
your time is over. Please stop.
And social ideas. And again, repeated this relevant ki sustainable environment development, ki one earth, one family, one future. Insights from Upadhyay. Every peoples are important. Every peoples are contributed. Not this is a completely. It's a code of the Akhand Bharat. Not a part of dividations. As conclusion, my point. Albert Einstein, the two things are infinite in this universe. One is space and other is foolishness. So it's a very important point related to this.
Thank you. Please stop.
I will try and I will try relate to my topic in parliamentary elections. Okay, it's coming month, the next month, starting off in parliamentary elections. It's a very important point. Our ambassador Bharat Ratna Shri Sachin Tendulkar's message ki every voter what is matter. Every
Hello.
what is count. It's a part of.
Huh?
I have muted Sumit, so please go.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, that is enough. Then we'll go on to the next paper. Noor Banu, is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Please stick
thank you,
on to
sir.
the time.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'm Nurbanu Khatun. I'm from West Bengal, Department of Philosophy, University of Gorbongo, Malda. So now I'm going to present my seminar paper. My seminar paper
Thank you
is
so much, sir. I have completed my.
the is-
Yeah, carry on, Noor Banu.
okay. My seminar paper is The Spirit of Culture and Language in Wittgenstein, a Philosophical Reflection. In this paper, I am going to investigate some reflections on language and culture in Wittgenstein's philosophy. This paper is basically going to analyze Wittgenstein's philosophy of language as well as philosophy of culture, which is based on the notion of forms of life or the ideas of culture in the backdrop of language. There are very important concepts, language and culture, which are based on form of life that we found Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations or his philosophy of culture, which is chiefly based on his famous book Culture and Value. Wittgenstein's another important concept is language game, which is essentially vital to the understanding of the notion of form of life. Later, Wittgenstein takes language as a cornerstone to the understanding the reality. But this time, it is the use that determines the meaning. However, we can see that basically his two prominent books like Philosophical Investigations and Culture and Value are largely based on meaning in terms of its use. Wittgenstein has taken language as a game, as an activity which is governed by rules. He holds that rule is a practice or a custom which is continuously attached with our form of life or culture. So we can say language becomes meaningful by its use in community, society, or in Wittgenstein's term, form of life. Wittgenstein agrees the form of life which addresses the features of a species, a society, a community, or a culture. We can see that forms of life can be understood as changing and contingent dependent on culture, context, history, etc. He admits that ordinary language in his philosophical investigations, and for him the pragmatic approach of language manifests the cultural aspect of a community or society. The common people reflect the cultural aspects of our life by their use of language. We can say that language is the keystone of culture. It is integral to our understanding of culture. So, generally, there is a question arises here: how does language manifest the culture? That I will try to show in this paper. For Wittgenstein, culture is a spirit, the spiritual aspect of a community or form of life. According to Wittgenstein, forms of life are given, and what is given is not something to be explained, but rather something that has to be accepted. That is why he writes, what has to be accepted, the given, is one could say forms of life. Ludwig Wittgenstein famously remarks, philosophy is a battle against the abusement of our intelligence by means of language. He admits the ordinary language or natural language in his later work in philosophical investigations. According to Wittgenstein, the pragmatic approach of language manifests the cultural aspects of a community or society. The common people reflect the cultural aspects of our life by their use of language. As a matter of fact, we use our language in our form of life or cultural dimension. Every language is unique in itself in the context of that particular community, the members of which speak that language. When a group of people is identified as a separate or unique community, language always retains its cultural heritage. The language is a social institution and it is intimately related to culture. The idea of culture gets a new dimension in Wittgenstein once it is set in the background of language and its everyday use. Wittgenstein, another important concept is language game, which is centrally important to understanding the notion of forms of life. The fact that speaking of language is part of an activity or form of life which is used by language game. Form of life can be understood as changing and contingent dependent on culture, history, context, etc., which are based on the relativistic grounds. On the other hand, form of life is common to humankind, shared human behavior, which is the system of reference by means of which we interpret an unknown language. According to later Wittgenstein, language is a practice. Speaking a language is part of an activity or of a form of life. Now, the concept form of life is vital to understand Wittgenstein's philosophy of culture. It implies that the meaning of language is found in the use in a form of life, that is society or community. There is no question of doubt that language is the keystone of a culture. Language is integral to our understanding of culture. Culture is something which combines community. Culture is a cluster term encompassing language, religion, social habits, belief, knowledge, values, dress, music, and arts, as well as attitudes, etc. It determines more and more concepts as what is acceptable or unacceptable, important or unimportant, right or wrong, workable or unworkable, and so on. It is a social heritage of a group which is organized by community or society or form of life. Culture is an important part of our life. It is acquired by us. There are some common values which bind the people in harmony. However, we can say that culture is manifested by language. When a large number of people belong to a particular group or society or community, then they use their language in a cultural tradition or form of life. As a matter of fact, language reflects the culture of society or community or form of life. When a group of people is identified as a separate or unique community, language always retains their cultural heritage. Culture means to the shared, that is the way of thinking and behaving of a group of people. It can be seen within a group of people. Culture is not only shared in human behavior, but also learned by them, where includes many things like language, belief systems, institutions, social structures, and so on. Culture is an important factor of human consciousness, as human beings are not only creator of culture, but also the creation of it. In order to bring a relationship of humans to the world through culture, this is embedded in universal properties of human consciousness and species. Culture is something which gives identity to the society or community, which provides the identity to the society, such as values, norms, customs, etc. For example, Indian culture, where some values, some customs, some norms, etc., gives us identity or status to the society. As culture is a symbolic form or abstract form, it is continuously exists in the society. It is increasing as well as progressive. There is no static relationship about culture in our society. Rather, there is a total dynamic process or a pattern of our society or community or form of life which can always change. It is learned, not innate, shared. It is social. It is man-made as well integrated, a continuous developing process, and it is also a universal process in everywhere or every society. It is differ or change from society to society. Culture represents the way of life or form of life. For example, we eat food, speak language, use clothes, celebrate festival, place where we worship, art as well as handicrafts are all part of culture. It is pattern way of thinking, feeling, reacting, which exists within a particular group or society. So we can say that culture is the way of life which human beings follow and mostly handed down from one generation to the next. We can start our migration and an interaction by sharing our culture. Culture is going to a particular group of people that is defined by language, religion, social habits, music, dress, dance, art, architecture, etc. It is the learned behaviors which are shared by the members of a society. We can say that culture gives identity to the society. We have seen that Wittgenstein provides the notion of language game to understand the several uses of language, since for him speaking a language is not only limited to the speech alone. It is a part of an activity or of a form of life. The concept of form of life is central to the understanding of Wittgenstein's later philosophy. We have seen that Wittgenstein's most important concept is language game, which is centrally important to understanding the notion of form of life. Every person is possessed with life, and the organic life is different than form of life. Forms of life can be understood as changing and contingent dependent on culture. As a matter of fact, cultural aspect of humans is pictured by language. Thereby, we envision a unification of thought in our form of life that considers a culture in our society or community. So the language plays a vital role in society. Indeed, language helps to manifest our values, ethos, etc. Like the culture has been manifested in terms of individual value, ethos, as well as behavior from generation to generation. In this case, Wittgenstein, in his philosophical investigation, says that the form of life reflects the event. In that sense, language and culture are intertwined. One who belongs to which society or community in accordance with the culture or form of life, that society or community he or she manifests his or her behavior. Therefore, the human being has been encoded by their custom state as well as above all by their property of the locality. From the above discussion, we understand that the concept of language and culture in brief, without language we cannot think. We understand that the concept of language and culture in brief, without language we cannot think the culture, so in a particular community, culture can be revealed through language of its own. We also understand that language is the origin because it is acquired but not known. Language retains the culture. Religion is also an important factor. A community also can be identified through language and religion of its own. Culture is our way of life. Our language, values, customs, beliefs, and traditions are including in culture. It is reflected in our form of life, our thought and creativity, how we express in society. Culture also reflected there. Culture measures our quality of life as well as the health in our society or community. We develop our cognitive growth and the ability to empathize as well as relate to each other through culture. Culture is in our everyday life. It is a key part of health, wellness, as well as learning. Culture always can play a role in society in social development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nurbanu Khatunji, for your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Now we'll move on to the next paper. Shivangi Sharma is there. Shivangi?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can hear you. Please start.
Okay. Progress, insights from Daniel Dennett. Philosophy has long been regarded as a discipline concerned with abstract ideas and theoretical concepts. Thanks to Daniel Dennett and other philosophers in line, a prominent contemporary philosopher he is in cognitive sciences, he challenges this notion by advocating for practical relevance of philosophy, which is a kind of promoting the idea of philosophy as being a dynamic discipline. It evolves with science and society and acts as a useful tool to foster social progress. Through this interdisciplinary approach and critical analysis and rich understanding of methodologies and philosophy, Dennett offers valuable insights into the role of philosophy as a catalyst for positive change. He believes that philosophers have a role to play when it comes to progress in any discipline or society. The philosophers can promote intuition pumps or certain kinds of analogies which can help individuals to promote within themselves and to foster the environment of critical thinking, dialogue and debate, highlighting ethical dilemmas, inspiring creative solutions, and fostering empathy. Now, before I start with the main argument, I would like to present a little bit of background of how Dennett's philosophy has evolved. He has a very naturalistic approach. So, according to him, philosophy is grounded in the belief that understanding the human experience and world around us requires an empirical investigation, scientific inquiry, and an appreciation of evolutionary theory. What does this kind of an approach have to give to us in philosophy? Dennett's naturalism will inform his views on human nature by emphasizing the continuity between humans and other species, thus promoting a more empathetic and holistic view of humans and other species. Other than that, Dennett's naturalistic approach to philosophy will have significant implications for morality. He argues that moral principles and values are not handed down from a divine source, but rather emerge through a social progress and cultural evolution. Dennett views morality thus as a product of human society. This perspective challenges traditional concepts and accounts of morality that appeal to objective moral truths and universal moral law. Dennett proposes a compatibilist view of free will and morality, which holds that freedom and determinism is a continuous process and are compatible concepts. So instead of just thinking about morality as an abstract idea or a problem as an abstract idea, Dennett encourages us to see it as something that has evolved, just like our bodies have. By understanding the origins of our moral beliefs and behaviors, we can make better decisions about things like healthcare, crime, and environment. For example, studying how our sense of fairness evolved could help us create more just criminal systems. criminal justice systems. This naturalistic approach offers a practical way to understand and tackle social problems, helping us to make more informed choices and think more deeply about what's right and wrong. Now, from his naturalistic account comes the critique of dualism and essentialism. Dennett's critique of dualism and essentialism forms a cornerstone of his naturalistic approach. Dualism, the idea that minds and bodies are distinct substances, and essentialism, the notion of fixed and unchanging essences underlying natural phenomena, are both rejected by Dennett in favor of a more scientifically and informed perspective. Dualism caters division, according to him, and as such hides a unifying character, while essentialism can hinder social creativity altogether. So Dennett's naturalistic approach of rejecting dualism and essentialism can be applied to social progress by addressing issues like gender equality. Rather than essentializing gender roles, understanding gender as a product of complex biological, social, and cultural factors fosters inclusivity. By recognizing the diversity and fluidity of gender identities, society can promote equality and respect for all individuals. This approach ultimately contributes to a more inclusive, equitable society where everyone can thrive regardless of gender identity. Now, he fosters through his natural approach empirical investigation and interdisciplinary collaboration. Dennett's advocacy for empirical investigation and interdisciplinary collaboration in philosophy highlights the importance of integrating insights from various disciplines to enrich philosophical as well as social progress. By drawing in evidence from psychology, neuroscience, anthropology, and other scientific fields, philosophers as well as individuals can develop more accurate theories about themselves, human nature, society, ultimately leading to more effective solutions to complex social problems. So, in a gist, what does it do for the interdisciplinary approach does? It creates better understanding of human behavior, promotes evidence-based policies, address social issues with creative account, like, for instance, interdisciplinary teams studying climate change can combine scientific data, philosophical input, and economic analysis to understand its impacts on communities and develop policies that can mitigate environmental harm while promoting social equity. This approach allows for a holistic understanding of the problem and facilitates the development of effective strategies that addresses both environmental sustainability and social justice concerns, ultimately contributing to meaningful social progress. Now, in ethical inquiry and moral progress, Dennett's view on ethical inquiry and moral progress highlights the transformative potential of philosophy in promoting social justice and human rights. By engaging in rigorous ethical inquiry and critical reflection, philosophers as well as individuals who are trained in philosophy can develop more robust ethical principles that guide individuals in collective behavior. Moreover, philosophy plays a vital role in addressing systemic injustices by exposing underlying biases and advocating for structural change. Dennett's emphasis on dynamic nature of moral progress underscores the importance of ongoing dialogue and reflection on ethical issues, ultimately leading to a more just and equitable society. For example, Dennett's critique of dualism and essentialism challenges traditional philosophical assumptions that have been used to justify hierarchies of power and privilege. By rejecting dualistic notions of superiority and essentialist beliefs in fixed human nature, Dennett undermines ideological justifications for oppression and discrimination. Instead, he advocates for a more inclusive, egalitarian understanding of human beings, grounded in empirical evidence and scientific inquiry. Promotion of critical thinking. Dennett emphasizes the importance of promoting critical thinking skills through philosophical education as a means to empower individuals to engage in reasoned debate, analyze evidence, and contribute to civic engagement and democratic citizenship. He believes that philosophy provides a unique framework for developing these skills by encouraging individuals to question assumptions, evaluate arguments, and engage in rigorous inquiry. Moreover, Dennett highlights the role of philosophy in fostering intellectual humility and open-mindedness. He encourages individuals to approach philosophical inquiry with a willingness to question their own assumptions and consider alternative perspectives. This attitude of intellectual curiosity and openness is essential for engaging in reasoned debate and constructive dialogue with others. Philosophy teaches individuals to identify and evaluate arguments, assess the strength of evidence, and draw logical conclusions. These skills are invaluable for navigating complex issues and engaging in informed decision making. For example, philosophical education encourages individuals to critically evaluate political arguments, analyze policies. By doing so and by engaging in philosophical aspects, in reasoned debates and dialogue, citizens can contribute to democratic process by advocating for policies that reflect their values and priorities. Now, how can we apply all of the above things that has come through naturalistic process of Dennett? Applications in the contemporary social issues, like climate change. Philosophically, Dennett's naturalistic approach encourages us to view climate change as a result of human activities embedded within broader ecological systems. This perspective will highlight the interconnectedness of human society and natural world, emphasizing our moral responsibility to protect the environment for future generations. Technological ethics. By examining the ethical dimensions of technology like AI and biotechnology, through philosophical lens, we can explain questions related to autonomy, privacy, social justice. Dennett's emphasis on critical thinking and rational discourse encourages us to engage in thoughtful reflection on the ethical challenges posed by technological advancements, helping to guide possible responsible innovation and policy making. Now, in healthcare sector, how this kind of an approach can help. Philosophically, Dennett's rejection of dualism and essentialism and encourages us to view health and illness as a complex phenomena influenced by biological, psychological, and social factors. This holistic perspective underscores the importance of addressing underlying determinants of health, such as socioeconomic inequality and access to healthcare services. By integrating philosophical insights into healthcare policy, we can develop more equitable, effective approaches to promoting health. Now, there will be certain challenges, and there are certain challenges which are determined by Dennett himself. Critics raised questions about him getting into greedy reductionism. Then exploring of alternative perspectives can sometimes limit the perspective, the huge perspective of philosophy. Dennett is sometimes himself dissatisfied by the way philosophy is going and taking place, and he calls for an inclusive and socially relevant role which philosophy is meant to make. In gist, I will conclude now. In essence, Dennett's vision for future of philosophy calls for a more inclusive, socially relevant, empirically grounded approach that promotes critical thinking, fosters intellectual curiosity, and empowers individuals to engage in reasoned debate, constructive dialogue. By embracing Dennett's insights and principles, philosophy can fulfill its potential as a catalyst for positive change in society, contributing to a more informed, compassionate, and equitable world. By understanding Dennett's approach, we can grow within ourselves the mindset of a learner, thus contributing to a more informed and equitable world. A social progress starts with progress of an individual and a change in their mindset and gradual change in society, fostering a better future with better health. Dennett's philosophical approach promotes development of more thinking tools, a sense of creativity, and an honest solution-oriented approach. It will promote asking better questions and varied perspectives, thus helping unvoiced to have a voice and a revolution to settle as easy as a transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shivangi, for your very nice presentation. Now we'll move on to the next paper. Pratap Chandra Das is there. Pratap?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, sir.
Please.
Good evening, all of you. Today, I am going to present a seminar paper on the topic on language and reality in Wittgenstein early philosophy. In this paper, I will discuss the important features of language in Wittgenstein's early philosophy. Ludwig Wittgenstein is known as the most influential thinker in the 20th century philosophy. There are two stages of Wittgenstein's thought, early and the later. Both are taken to be important in their respective periods. The early Wittgenstein is epitomized in his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. In the Tractatus, Wittgenstein developed a sophisticated theory of the relationship between language and the reality. The central doctrine of Wittgenstein Tractatus is to investigate the nature of representation and the structure of reality. According to Wittgenstein, language is a picture of reality, and its pictorial relation with the reality is the essential logical condition of the possibility of language. Language can represent the world or reality in the virtue of their pictorial form. The very nature of language is representational. Therefore, Wittgenstein states that the every proposition has sense. By sense, Wittgenstein means the logical relation of a proposition with the reality. That is, it's being a picture of a fact, either truly or falsely. What a picture represents is its sense, and the sense of a proposition is its agreement and disagreement with the possibilities of existence and non-existence of the state of affairs. In this context, Wittgenstein says a proposition communicates a situation to us, and so it must be essentially connected with the situation. And the connection is precisely that it is a logical picture. A proposition states something only insofar as it is a picture. And moreover, he says this proposition has such and such a sense. We can simply say this proposition represents such and such a situation. But according to the Tractatus, having sense in proposition are to be seen as true or false. A proposition can be true or false only in virtue of being a picture of reality. By this, Wittgenstein seems to suggest that the meaningful propositions are either true or false. Hence, a proposition communicates a state of affairs as either true or false. Propositions are related in a situation in a logical way. In this sense, he says that language is a model of reality. Now, it is important to know that when Wittgenstein talks about a proposition as a picture, then he understood picture as a logical picture. A picture represents the situation in a logical space. In this sense, it might be said that every picture is a logical one. The elements of a picture as related to one another in a determinate way represent the fact that things are related to one another in the same way. Pictorial form is the possibility that things are related to one another in the same way as the elements of the picture. The elements of the picture and things of the world are associated in a way that they are constituted in a same logical space. Hence, the picture and the pictured are very much correlated. Wittgenstein states there must be something identical in a picture and what it depicts to be able one to be a picture of the other at all. He moreover states what any picture of whatever form must have in common with the reality in order to be able to depict it correctly or incorrectly in any way at all is the logical form, that is the form of reality. What are common to the language and the reality are the logical form, and the logical form is nothing but the logical structure of language and the reality. Therefore, they have shared same identical property, that is logical structure and the logical form. So the form of proposition is identical with the form of reality or the world. According to Wittgenstein, there is one and only one language which depicts the world or reality in a logical space by expressing its determinate sense. The sense of language or proposition determine the actual fact of the world. That is, it determines us whether a fact of the world is true or not. So, however, Wittgenstein thought that language has a logical form or the logical structure, which can be shown only by logical analysis of language. Here, it is clear that the logic is a condition of the language. The determination of a logical condition of language involves the determination of the condition of reality. Wittgenstein's picture theory establishes that the language and the world are standing in the same foundation. What Wittgenstein call it logical structure or the logical form. A picture can represent in a such in as much as it can refer to the external reality. What it cannot represent is its own pictorial form. According to Wittgenstein, proposition is the logical picture of reality, and it leads to similar remarks on the nature of linguistic pictures, especially as regard the status of the logical form. He writes, the proposition can represent the whole of reality, but cannot represent what they must have in common with the reality in order to be able to represent it. That is the logical form. In the above discussion regarding the foundation of language, we can say that the logical form of Tractarian approach is common entirely of both to the reality as well as language. Logical form shows itself in language, and nothing can be said about it in language. It is impossible to express what the logical form is, that is, to represent it by means of proposition, because no proposition can stand outside it. Logical form being the formal nature of language, it reveals itself in a language. In this respect, we can say that the form of thought and the form of language are same for Wittgensteinian discussion. The very nature of language is representational. So Wittgenstein mentioned that every proposition has a sense. Proposition can express only the external things which lies within the boundary of language and the boundary of world. So it is clear that the world is described only by means of proposition. It is clear that every proposition must have sense, and it expresses its sense very prominently in the domain of language. The logical foundation of language is that the propositions are constituted of elementary proposition, and elementary propositions are constituted by atomic names, and such elementary propositions are determinately associated with the state of affairs. The determination of logical condition of language involves the determination of the condition of reality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pratap Chandra Das ji, for your very nice presentation. Next, we will go to Mansi Vaish. Mansi, you are there?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Yeah.
Great.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Mansi Vash. I'm from Department of Philosophy, University of Lucknow. I'm a PhD scholar. And today, topic of my presentation is philosophy as education. What is way of less philosophy?
Little louder, please.
Yeah.
Mansi,
So, is it
little
fine?
louder. Yeah. Better.
So, yeah, Richard Rorty, as we know, has been often known as a most influential philosopher of the American philosophical tradition, and he strongly stood against the traditional philosophers' attitude of authoritativeness and quest for holding the essences in philosophy. Since the very beginning, as we know, that in the philosophical tradition, it's seen that philosophers often claims to know the most appropriate way of doing philosophy to reach the so-called truth, knowledge, and essences, which fits well in all the cultures. This attitude was seen in the most read philosophers like Plato, who believed that knowledge has to be based on universals, and Aristotle, too, the whole insistence was on knowing the final element, which is being, and in Descartes, too, the knowledge has to be clear and distinct with the indubitability. Even in Locke, we see that knowledge was based on the theory of representation, which further gave rise to the Kant's theory, where insistence was on pure reason and the synthetic a priori judgments. As we know, as a way to know things. This Kantian tradition played a vital role in an emergence of the different debates in an analytical and continental linguistic traditions in philosophy. One thing that existed throughout the development of philosophy was that in different times, different philosophical traditions different philosophical traditions claim to have one single way of doing philosophy, which helps in knowing the truth, reality, and essences of these knowledge. In most of these traditions, philosophy claims to have one single objective conception of knowledge, which fits well in all the cultures and would restrict the development of social, moral, epistemological, and metaphysical concerns of the philosophy. And this is something which Rorty finds problematic, uh, and this attitude and to uh, and to get away from this problem, he points out that the attitude of philosophers claim to have some sort of authority of knowing these essences by which one can easily understand and know things. So Rorty stands against this foundationalist attitude of which holds normativity and existed in the discipline since the very beginning, and tried to set it aside by adapting Gadamer's hermeneutic method, which focuses on re-descriptions. So Rorty lays emphasis on the method of edification in philosophy, which is a kind of self-formation of knowledge, which allows us to identify new and interesting facts about ourselves. This view of Gadamer's provides us an opportunity to express ourselves in new ways, which helps us to cope up with the word in a better way and makes it less cruel for us. Rorty calls this method that comprises of hermeneutic activity. He calls it edification in philosophy and the mirror of nature, and there Rorty describes it as a edification as something which consists in poetic activity of thinking up a new aims, new words, or new disciplines, followed by the inverse of hermeneutics, the attempt to reinterpret our familiar surroundings in the unfamiliar terms of the new inventions. The activity is edifying without being constructive. For edifying discourse is supposed to be abnormal, to take us out of our old selves, to aid us in becoming new beings. So we can see that with what Rorty understands by edification, we can see that this method of edification allows one to redescribe, reinterpret, reinvent new possibilities, which offers incommensurable vocabularies. Rorty suggests that philosophers' attitude of authoritativeness and essences can be set aside. If we apply method of edification in philosophy, then the scope of different possibilities can be created, and this would provide a reflective culture. And when carefully observed, we realize that similar kind of enthusiasm was seen in the philosophers from the three different traditions who Rorty inspires most, and he adapts this view of edification from these philosophers called Wittgenstein, later Wittgenstein's Heidegger, and of later part of the Heidegger and later part of the Dewey. And all these three philosophers try to interpret things in a different way and did not rely on the notion of representation, which was held by traditional philosophers. So Rorty admires all these three philosophers as they set aside the traditional philosophical problems and offer something new to the discipline. In the later Wittgenstein, we see that emphasis was laid on the grammatical structure in language, which provides the possibilities of modification in the philosophical notion. In Heidegger too, we see that he gives up the traditional notion of the historical being and later offers the different possibilities of worldviews, which emphasizes that the being should be capable of reinterpreting and redescribing itself. He sees philosophy as a poetic achievement in which auditory metaphors are used as a tool to transform human experience by offering the possibility of contingent notions in philosophy. This approach of Heidegger provides the scope for social practices in philosophy. And apart from these two philosophers, Wittgenstein and Heidegger, we even see that Dewey too played a vital role in the development of philosophy by focusing on enlarging human freedom by redefining and reconceiving ethical and social aspect of the culture. His work is seen as an instrument for social change as he insists on method which can help us to cope up with things in a better way. By adapting edificationary method, we can say that one would not focus on giving one would not focus on giving objective truths rely on which objective truths are relying on the on which objective truths rely on accurate representation. Rather, philosopher would simply participate in a conversation and continue with conversation. And here philosophers focus should not be would not be to discover truth, rather just to continue the conversation. And again, in Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, Rorty mentions, quote, as the love of wisdom is to see it as the attempt to prevent conversation from the degenerating into inquiry, into research program. Edifying philosophers can never end philosophy, but they can help prevent it from attaining the secure path of a science, unquote. So we see that there's a persistent demand for contingency and redescription observed in all these philosophers, including Rorty, which provides us a better understanding of human, and it helps vastly in social, moral, and progress, cultural progress. And this edificationary understanding of philosophy, we can say, takes us towards the less cruel world, which is far away from the quest of certainty, which were held by traditional philosophers. And it also, this kind of philosophy which Rorty was insisting on, it also leaves us scope for the further invention in the culture, instead of just sticking to the one single viewpoint, or we can say objective notion of philosophy. This kind of approach takes us away from the quest for certainty, and where philosophers were seeking from the very beginning. So Rorty's approach of philosophy as education can be seen as a way of transforming philosophy for betterment of social, moral, and epistemological questions.
Finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Manshi, for your very nice presentation on a very important theme. Now we'll move on to Shruti. Shruti is there? Shruti Parmar?
Yes.
Please. Are you ready? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Very good evening.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, I would like to share my slide.
Please.
So, my slide is visible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm Shruti Parmar from Patna University, and I'm a research scholar. So, today's my topic is Kantian ethics and environmental responsibility, a virtuous relationship with the nature. So, before going to the topic, I would like to show the relevance of the topic through this video. It's about a 1 minute video. So, the Earth, which we will share as our home, is now experiencing a big crisis as a result of escalating environmental deterioration that is being caused by human activities. We know that a great deal of work has been done to mitigate environmental degradation at the global, regional, and the national level. But still, the problem is still prevailing. And the reason is there has been an excessive reliance on solutions that revolve around the policy, economy, science, and technology-based interventions, which have at times placed an additional burden on the natural environment. So it is necessary to acknowledge the complexities of ecological challenges. So here we can take the insights from Kant's ethical perspective can provide a more comprehensive framework for promoting responsible and sustainable behavior towards the environment. While Kant did not directly address environmental issues, his principle can be applied to promote responsible and sustainable behavior towards the environment in several ways. So now I would like to introduce also the review of the literature. So here I went through the literature related to the topic, and I find that widely studied and applied in various domains, including environmental ethics. While Kant himself did not directly address the environmental issues, but scholars have explored the applicability of his deontological ethics to the ecological concerns. So we can use his conservationism, and the Kantian preservation can provide a solid moral foundation for public policy decision concerning the environment. So from this perspective, I have made some of the objective of the study. The main objective is to explore how Kantian ethics can address environmental justice and equity and fosters harmony between humans and the nature. Investigate potential synergy and tensions between Kantian ethics and other ethical frameworks to analyze the limitation of Kantian ethics in addressing environmental issues, to assess Kant's principle and their impact on our connection with the environment, to provide fresh insight into the possible use of Kantian ethics in tackling current environmental issues. And the methodology I used for this paper is by using the combining critical analysis of text, and also I studied one case studies. So here the Immanuel Kant's ethical perspective is concerned on deontological ethics, emphasizing obligation and adherence to universal moral laws. Kant argues that moral rightness is derived from actions motivated by adherence to moral principles without external influences. He believes that rational human beings possess the capacity to act in accordance with moral principles and possess a will to make rational decisions independently of personal desires. Kant's singular categorical imperative requires actions to follow universal rules and possesses intrinsic goodness. So if we talk about the Kant's ethical framework, that is based on, and that he emphasizes mainly on the rationality, autonomy, and the respect for individuals, and his main focus on treating individual as in themselves, not merely as a means to ends. So here we find that the Immanuel Kant is often seen as indifferent to environment concern due to his focus on human rationality and the autonomy. As a response, some philosophers looked Immanuel Kant's aesthetic notions that talks about that asserts our understanding of beauty necessitates an impartial assessment devoid of any personal motives and practical benefits. This aesthetic perspective encourages a sense of morality by cultivating an appreciation for things beyond their practicability. Mainly, the philosopher Heidegger recognized the value of Kant's aesthetic as a means to truly appreciate the inherent worth of nature beyond its practical usefulness. Kantian ethics emphasizes treating individuals as ends in themselves rather than means as to an ends. This perspective encourages a more holistic and respectful approach to the environment. Applying this principle to the environment, one can argue that nature has intrinsic value and should be treated as for its own sake, not for the means to the individuals or the human beings. So here we will also talk about some of the moral theory. That Kant's moral philosophy does not fully address moral concern for non-human entities, as he only acknowledges indirect duties towards nature and denies direct duties to the non-humans. The concept of inherent value distinguishes between the intrinsic value of nature and humanity, with humanity valued for its moral capacity and nature valued for its causality and the systematic functioning. Nature's value is rooted in its functionality as a self-generating system, capable of independent evaluation, existing as in itself within natural system. So this intrinsic value of nature is independent of human presence and action, extending beyond its relevance to humanity. And also we talk about the principle of universality we can use for the nature. So Kantian ethics proposes the principle of universality, which states that an action is morally acceptable if its principle could be applied consistently to everyone. Applying this to environmental issues, one should consider whether the action taken towards the environment can be universalized without contradiction. This encourages individuals to adopt principles and practices that are consistent with the long-term sustainability of the environment, integrating Kantian principle with insight from other ethical perspectives can provide a more comprehensive approach to addressing environmental challenges. Here, the virtue ethics can also be used for the environmental ethics. The distinct role of people in the preservation of environment are propelled by their capabilities and ethical autonomy and a sense of duty. It emphasizes the significance of acknowledging and carrying out these responsibilities in influencing environmental policy and guaranteeing the welfare of both mankind and the environment. Virtue ethics influences environmental decision-making by promoting the development of virtuous characteristics in individuals such as respect, compassion, and humility in relation to how they interact with the earth and preserve its well-being. So it emphasizes the importance of virtue and habits for human flourishing, going beyond the explore to extend to which virtue ethics has a positive influence on decision-making. Some of the case studies I also did for this virtue ethics, where that studies shows that how this virtue ethics, influences the young youths. That studies the perspective of young youth on some of the benefits that may be gained by advocating for conservation via the use of virtue-oriented strategy. According to the findings of the research, there is a certain percentage of young people who make decisions regarding water conservation based on virtue ethics as their primary ethical framework. These young people do this primarily with a non-Italian and non-obligatory intention, and they do this as a consistent habit of character in a variety of different contextual settings. So I would also like to talk about the significance of the study. This Kantian ethic approach encourages a global perspective on environmental issues, recognizing the interconnectedness of ecosystem and the impact of human activities, emphasizes the concept of duty and the moral obligation to respect others' rights and dignity. Environmental preservation is seen as a moral duty for current and the future generation. So Kantian ethics supports the principle of humanity, emphasizing the inherent worth and dignity of human as well as the nature. Kantian ethics encourages viewing nature as having intrinsic value. Here, I would also like to talk about the limitations of Kantian environmental ethics. So Kantian ethics emphasizes individual autonomy and self-imposed moral duties, but may not provide clear guidance for collective action in large-scale environmental problems. The framework focus on moral duty may not easily accommodate economic consideration, which often play a significant role in environmental decision-making. It also may not capture the full spectrum of values and principles relevant to environmental issues, necessitating a more interdisciplinary and integrated approach is needed. So now I would like to conclude here that while Kantian ethics can contribute valuable principle, it is important to acknowledge its limitation and explore explore complementary approaches for a more comprehensive and effective environmental ethics. By considering a broader range of philosophical tradition and perspective, Kantian ethics can better address the evolving ethical dilemma related to environmental challenges. So Kantian ethics offer a unique perspective on environmental responsibility and provide a framework for promoting a virtuous relationship with the nature. By integrating human-nature relationship into the ethical framework, Kantian ethics contribute to the development of a more sustainable and responsible approach to the environmental issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shruti ji, for your very nice presentation.
Just,
And we
just
have
one,
last, yeah.
just one thing I would like to suggest, because Shruti's presentation, I am really very much disappointed, because Kant's ethics as deontology is basically anthropocentric in nature. It
Yes,
wants
sir.
to articulate how a moral action ought to be, not what a moral action ought to be. And that also refers to the human moral actions. It's a human-centric kind of an approach. And if you pursue the arguments to the study of environment, it will have very dangerous implications. Because if you think that nature has its own values, intrinsic value nature, not extrinsic. Kant has given extrinsic value to nature and intrinsic value to the humans only. He was anthropocentric kind of a person. Please, I request you to revisit Kant's ethics and bioregionalism, biodiversity, and biotism. These are the three dimensions of intrinsic value so far as nature is concerned. And Kant is completely silent on it.
Yes, sir. Indirectly, we find.
So indirectly. Be direct. Just see what the hell he has done, Immanuel Kant. Be a critique to his philosophy. So he was basically anthropocentric kind of a thing, and you need to have some kind of cosmocentric approach, some kind of environmental centric approach against which Kant has propounded his philosophy. Yeah. Please, Shruti, I will suggest that you must revisit your project with fresh ideas and with another kind of critique to that. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shruti ji.
Thank you so much.
Now the last paper to be presented by Mohammed Tabish. This is the last paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good evening, all of you respected teachers, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity. My paper title is Towards a Just Society, Rawls' Theory of Justice and the Imperative of Social Responsibility. So let's move to the introduction section. The concept of a just society is based on the philosophy of justice. Justice as a fundamental principle of moral and political philosophy encompasses complex web ideas, beliefs, and attitudes about fairness, equity, and the moral rightness of actions. As we see that the origin can be traced back to the ancient civilization, where philosophers like Plato and Aristotle contemplated the essence of justice and its significance in social structure. Plato, in his seminal work, Republic, explored justice both at the individual level within the soul and the societal level within the state. He argued that justice is the individual mirror, justice is in the state. As a suggestion from the philosophy of Plato, the society could only emerge if each individual fulfill their proper role and function by their inherent abilities and virtues. On the very next, Aristotle elaborated on the concept of justice by distinguishing between distributive justice and corrective justice. By distribution of resources and honor among members of the society, he meant to talk about the distribution of justice, and in corrective justice, which is concerned with righting wrongs and restoring balance through legal and judicial process. Throughout history, numerous philosophical traditions and schools of thought have enriched our understanding of justice. Various perspectives provide diverse framework from conceptualizing justice and its application in society, starting with Bentham and Mill's utilitarianism, which prioritizes the greatest happiness for the greatest number, to Immanuel Kant's ontological ethics, which emphasizes individuals' inherent dignity and the rights. As we see in the modern era, the work of philosophers like John Rawls and Dr. Ambedkar in Indian context has been particularly influential in shaping discussion about justice and its relationship to a just society. Whereas Dr. Ambedkar Dr. Ambedkar tried to establish an egalitarian society, a society where is there no no discrimination on the basis of class, and he focused on a equal distribution of the wealth, and he tried to make a concept of equal participation of every individual. Rawls established the concept of justice as fairness, claiming that principles of ignorance unaware of their circumstances. John Rawls' theory of justice is a foundational work in modern political philosophy, providing an extensive framework for evaluating the fairness of the structure of society and their implication for individual well-being. Rawls' fundamental work, A Theory of Justice, invites readers on a philosophical journey of a justice that goes beyond basic legal or distributive concepts, delving into the foundations on which just societies are constructed. Rawls' theory is based on the concept of justice as fairness, which states that social arrangements should be designed to maximize the benefit to the society's least advantaged members. The imperative of social responsibility encompasses a moral obligation that goes beyond the scope of legal or contextual responsibilities, requiring individual and institution to consider the broader consequences of their activities on society and the environment. Social responsibility reflects the understanding of our interconnectedness with society, as well as our collective duty of upholding the common good. In navigating the complexities of the modern world, characterized by persistent challenges of inequality, injustice, and environmental degradation, the synthesis of Rawls' theory and on social responsibility offers a beacon of hope and a roadmap for transformative change. By embracing this synthesis, we embark on a collective journey toward a society where all individuals have the opportunity to thrive, contribute meaningfully to society, and lead dignified lives. So I will discuss Rawls' theory of justice for a few minutes as an introduction of his theory. Rawls' theory of justice is based on two main principles: the principle of equal basic liberties and the difference principle. The former ensures that all persons have equal rights and freedoms, regardless of social standing or circumstances, whereas the difference principle allows for social and economic inequalities only to the extent that they support society's least advantaged members. Rawls elucidates these ideas using the original position thought experiment, in which rational individuals adopt principle of justice behind a veil of ignorance, despite being unaware of their own identities and circumstances. This hypothetical scenario seeks to promote impartiality and justice in the development of societal norms and institutions. While Rawls' ideas provide a solid framework for conceptualizing justice, they fall short of resolving the complexities of interaction and the persistence of systematic inequalities. Here lies the complementing duty of social responsibility, which goes beyond justice and fairness to cover a great moral imperative. This includes the following dimension. In the main heading of social responsibility, I will try to explain some sub-themes regarding social responsibility. The first one is addressing structural injustice. While Rawls recognizes the existence of structural disparities, social responsibility demands a more proactive approach to identifying and eliminating root cause of systematic injustice, such as discrimination, poverty, and uneven access to resources and opportunities. The second point is promoting redistribution and empowerment. In addition to Rawls' support for the difference principle, which allows inequalities if they assist the least advantaged, social responsibility requires active attempt to redistribute resources and empower marginalized communities. This could include enacting progressive taxation laws, campaigning for affirmative actions efforts, and investing in education, healthcare, and social welfare programs to the close socioeconomic gap. Third point is that fostering global justice. While Rawls focus on the justice inside the nation states, the necessity of social responsibility extends beyond geographical boundaries. Global justice means recognizing and addressing transitional challenges like poverty, climate change, human rights violations, and global economic imbalances. It requires international cooperation, solidarity, and a commitment to collective actions to address common challenges and promote global outcomes. Now, as I try in my paper to integrate Rawlsian justice and social responsibility, how the theory of justice of roles and the social responsibility can together be helpful to establish a just society. So establishing a just society hinges on the seamless integration of roles, ideas of justice with a strong commitment to social responsibility. This integration compromises collaborative efforts across multiple domains to eliminate systematic inequalities, promote inclusive growth, and cultivate a culture of solidarity and respect. There are some key strategies for achieving this objective include, as I have understood from my readings, the number one is this policy reforms. Government play a pivotal role in changing the socio-economic environment through policy development and implementation. Policymaker can foster fair progress and human flourishing by introducing legislation that uphold Rawlsian ideas of justice and prioritize social responsibility. This could include changes to taxation, healthcare, education, labor rights, and social assistance aiming at reducing inequalities and expanding possibilities for all members of the society. The second point is that community engagement. Building a just society requires active participation and engagement from individuals and communities at the grassroots level. Civil society organizations, grassroots movements, and community-based projects all play important roles in campaigning for social justice, amplifying marginalized voices and mobilizing collective actions to address local issues. The third point is that education and awareness. So promoting a culture of social responsibility demand investing in education and awareness raising effort that foster empathy, critical thinking, and ethical leadership. By incorporating principle of justice, equality, and social responsibility into schools, curricula, colleges, and lifelong learning programs, nations may foster a generation of responsible citizens committed to influencing good change. The fourth point is that about the global solidarity. To confront global difficulties in an increasingly interconnected world, together and show solidarity. The international community may work toward a more just, equitable world order by preserving the ideals of international cooperation, humanitarianism, and global citizenship, which respect and preserve all people's dignity and rights. Now, I would like to conclude my paper with this. As a conclusion, the intersection of Ross theory of justice and imperative of social responsibility provides a compelling paradigm for working toward a more equal, inclusive, and just society. While Rawlsian principles serve as a firm framework for conceptualizing justice, social responsibility gives these concepts moral urgency and practical relevance, directing individual and institution toward collective actions and societal transformation. By integrating Rawlsian justice with a strong commitment to social responsibility in all areas of society, we may pave the way for a future in which all people have the opportunity to succeed, contribute meaningfully to society, and live dignified lives. As we go and environmental degradation, the combination of Ross theory and the social responsibility provides a light of hope and a roadmap for transformational change. By adopting this synthesis, we embark on an inclusive journey toward a more just and sustainable future. Thank you, sir.
Professor Paneerselvam, you are there? So, Tabish, you listen to me? Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, I am hearing you.
I'll just put a brief comment.
Yes,
the theme is quite good one, justice, and you have
Yes,
taken up the positions also from Plato to Rawls. Divided or distinguished on a certain basis. Like I give an example, like
Yes,
Kant, Rawls, they belong to the ideal justice domain. And
Yes.
then you have philosophers like Mill, Marx, Murray Wollstonecraft. They
Yes.
have tried to present minimizing injustices.
Yes, sir.
Amartya Sen also has done it along with Martha Nussbaum, that
Yes,
the capability thinking theory and other things will help us a lot to minimize injustices through education, through political awareness, through giving them the rights and other such things. Yeah. So it's the minimizing injustices that is very much potential.
Yes,
People are looking for it, exploring it a little more. Of course, ideal is needed because it is that kind of perspective against which you are trying to redefine yourself. But Amartya Sen's book, Idea of Justice, that also can be taken up, substantially, little more substantially, and some Indian perspective can also be put into it, because Rawls himself modified his position later on. So we have not yet, you have not yet become very critical to Rawls, and he was himself very critical to Rawls.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mohammed Tabish, for your very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And we are very grateful to Professor R.P. Singh, sir, for making wonderful remarks on all the papers. Professor Lakshmi Padi has joined. Lakshmi ji?
Sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Can you say a few words? Because Lakshmi, he could not join.
Because of some disturbing network problems, sir. But I'm thankful to you, and also listening to Professor R.P. Singh's beautiful comment on each and every papers.
Correct.
And but I'm sorry for not listening to everybody. But one or two suggestions to each and every scholars.
Please.
I mean, whenever they are presenting any kind of paper, it's better to say the agenda of the presentation, what they want to do today. Precisely 3 to 4 points. And even if PowerPoint PPT presentations are very much useful, but PPT presentation will be much more attentive, much more attractive if they express the agenda of their presentation. And most of the PPT must have some bibliography and references. And I have not listened to everybody, but I find 2 or 3 presentations where no references was given. Which book they are referring? Suppose Professor R.P. Singh was beautifully commenting about Shruti Parmar's presentation, that yes, Kant is anthropocentric. Kant's deontology is anthropocentric, but Shruti can go a little further to read about Kant's, lectures on ethics, where Kant is talking about indirect duties towards non-human entities. So, Shruti, my suggestion is to take the note of Professor R.P. Singh's, which is a beautiful comment. Later on, I'm happy to say that I have published a book on environmental ethics recently. It is available in Flipkart. Please go through that book. And also, I'm requesting every scholars to be more precise. I mean, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. See, even if you are a great scholar, 10 minutes is enough. 10 minutes. And I find every scholar is very energetic, and CPF, specifically under the pioneership of Professor Paneerselvam, Chennai Philosophical Association is doing well. And my all the best wishes to all the scholars. Wish them a bright future. And Professor Silvam, you are doing a beautiful job even after retirement, even after doing, engaging yourself so many activities. I'm really thankful to you, sir. And Professor Singh, you are outstanding, sir. My salute to you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
thank you so much, sir.
Lakshmi, thank you. Lakshmi Padi is one of the eminent professors of this country. As he said, he has recently published a wonderful book on environmental ethics. It is a textbook. And also he is a treasurer of Indian Philosophical Congress. And also he has been participating in seminars. Recently also I met him in Delhi. Then he went to Guwahati. So he's a great seminarian, delivering excellent lectures. Especially his lectures on Arthasastra is very, very nice. Fantastic lectures he used to give. And it's a pleasure that Professor Lakshmi Padi has also joined. Because of some network problem, he could not join on time. But he joined a little bit late, and he was listening at least some of the papers, and he gave his comments also. And we are very grateful to you, sir, for joining us in spite of all your hardships. And Lakshmi is our very close friend. He is a great supporter of Indian Philosophical Congress, and also he's the one who encourages young scholars and teachers. That has to be, his critical remarks must be taken very seriously. And also we are grateful to our good friend, philosopher and guide, I would say. He's my guide to some extent, because I always like my brother. I used to take his advice very seriously. And remember, I would like to say one thing. He has published one wonderful book on consciousness. That is a very, of course, he has written a number of books on postmodernism and all that one. One fascinating book is it's a voluminous one, that is on consciousness, where he has discussed both Indian and Western perspective. I request all the research scholars to read that book. And in fact, when that book was published, I asked this question: where do we get time for writing such a big volume? And he's a very great philosopher, and I am very happy that he could join us from 4 p.m. onwards.
So
And very
just
sorry.
one thing, Professor Paneerselvam, I've emailed you one link
Okay.
which has 80 of my articles published, and
Okay.
2 books are also included.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
please
we'll
feel
share
free
this with others
please
also.
feel free to share it with the students.
Yeah, yeah,
So
definitely.
with one click, you can just send it to everybody.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
If I get their numbers, I can see. So on
Yeah.
ecosophy and everything, it is
Yeah.
there. So
Yeah.
those articles are published at different places in India and also abroad.
Yeah.
So I just shared it just before beginning this lecture. Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. And
Yes, sir.
now you got one more responsibility, Professor R.P. Singh. You have to announce the results. Who is the first prize and who is the second prize? Because now we
Right
give
now.
right now. Or you want some time? Because now I thought that you have the mark and I have the
But
mark.
I was not ready for that.
Okay, okay. Maybe
So please.
we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because
So
I
just
asked
read. But one thing I must say that almost all the presentations were very good.
Very good, no doubt.
They all have done very hard work.
No
And
doubt.
most of them are very well articulated also.
Yeah, yeah.
So
very good.
their articulation and presentation to the full thing was there.
Yeah.
So I can see a new sense of confidence.
Yeah.
in
That's
the
right.
students, scholars.
I also
And
I also
partly
felt
because
like that.
you have selected few papers, not all, and so that also precisely because of the academic standard you have maintained of the Chennai Philosophical Forum, and more so because they are from different places, from BHU, places also. So I'm really very impressed by most of the students, most of the papers, and their understanding, choosing of the theme, presenting it, argumentation, methodology. So in every way, it's very good.
Yeah.
And everything. Yeah.
Actually, when we invited papers, abstract from the scholars, we got many number of abstracts from various, research scholars from various departments, from various parts of the country. And our team found it very difficult to scrutinize and select these papers, and they selected this. And when I listened to these presentations, I was very much impressed, because I sometimes I am very skeptic the way in which philosophy is being done in India, whether there is any scope for philosophy. But after listening to all the scholars here, I feel that philosophy has a very good scope in future also, because the way in which they are approaching the topic is something really good, whether it is Rawls or whether it is Rorty. Mansi is here. She made a very nice presentation, and one on water ethics and one on Heidegger. All these topics are very fascinating, and the young minds could think different aspects of philosophy. This is what we succeed, I would say, because when we say the theme is social responsibility of philosophy, they could see this from different perspective. This is really remarkable, and I am grateful to all of them for sending their abstract and this is a very good progress, I would say. And in fact, we are planning to have one research methodology for research scholars. Soon we are planning to organize this by Chennai Philosophical Forum, because eminent scholars will be giving lectures on how to write a philosophical paper, and also what is research methodology. All this will take place very soon, and I seek all your cooperation, and thank you for joining. Really, I am very much impressed. I am grateful to all of you, and also to your great supervisor, because
Yes.
there is a Chinese proverb. The Chinese proverb goes like that: a good horse rider must have a good horse, and a good horse must have a good horse rider. So then only it will go. It should go together. Then only they can win the race. So you have got a very good research supervisor, I am sure. That's why you are able to make a very beautiful presentation. I am very much impressed. My greetings to you, and all the best to you. And we are with you, and whatever help you think we can give in your research assistance, with the help of great eminent professors like R.P. Singh and Lakshmi Badi, Professor Pradhan and William Sweet, we can do it successfully. And also our good friend Professor Dash, Pramod Das, is doing wonderful service, because some of you might have attended his philosophy lectures organized by Philosophy Family. I also delivered few lectures on Richard Rorty, Derrida, and others. He's doing a very good service with the support of Narayan Rao, Om Narayan Rao, and then Maharana. So we are all research scholars must utilize these opportunities, so that you can share your ideas, you can re-understand your concepts. So I am grateful to all of you for being with us from 4 p.m. onwards up to now. Now it is 9:30. Thank you very much. Bye.
Sir, I have one suggestion, only one suggestion I have.
Please, sir. Das, you should speak.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Out of my experience, I shall share. First of all, I congratulate all of you for your best presentation, by your best effort. One thing I shall suggest, that you are not an individual presenter in this event. Therefore, when you are coming as a presenter, you should first know the whole program. What is the agenda of the whole program, and how much time will be given to you, and who are the speakers in this session. You have to sketch out that planning. That is called lesson plan. That is the planning. So how many speakers are there? How many contestants are there? 16 contestants are there, and past 8 papers will be presented and will be had, because this is the limitation of the human brain. So you have to go through this, the entire agenda of the program, number one. Number two, the series. Who is the first one? Who is the second one? Who is the? Suppose I am the 15th one. Suppose I shall attend this program as the 15th number of participant. Then I have to prepare myself in such a way that after all types of tiredness, um, uh, that the audience will listen to me. That is very, very important. We have to make our audience according to our timing. In comedy also there is timing. In acting there is timing. So in presentation also there is timing. So it should be very much precise. I agree with Professor Padhi that it should be very, very precise. What can be said in half an hour, that can be said in 2 or 3 minutes. I have told today only 2 or 3 minutes. So that should be the focus of every scholar. Number one. Number two, you should have a problem. So this is a new problem that I am going to explore it, because that will be your contribution in your particular paper. And you should have your solution, and that should be very much pleasant also, that you can hold the audience. That is an art. So what is your content, how logical you are, what is your argument, that part I am not telling, it is already told by other professors. But this is the behind the screen preparation, that you have to go through this activity, not only academically, but also as an actor, as the person who is involved. So philosophy is love of wisdom in that sense. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with this, we conclude. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Singh ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind
Thank you.
questions. Ji,
Thank you,
so
everybody,
much.
sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night.